properly still, too. You love to see it. I just have to make sure it's got the right Roll20 stuff. It does. This couldn't have gone better. What?
I see names are different.
Yeah, names are different. Fucking hell. Yeah. And there's 2 of me.
There are.
That's alright. I can just move things. Okay. So. This is an interesting one.
The role of Astrid will be played by Zach.
Because there's 2 of me right now. And now there's Karina. Now it just fixed itself.
I love to hear you. I love to hear you try, Zach.
Now it just fixed itself for some reason. And everyone is where it's supposed to be.
Posh, posh, posh. And violin and...
What the fuck?
Exactly.
Why did it fix
Nailed
itself?
it.
Astrid only knows one word that's posh.
Posh, 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 posh. Posh.
Posh, posh, bagosh.
Fuck.
Forgot violin.
That's the only other word she knows.
She doesn't actually say violin, she just plays it.
No, she goes...
Why did the coward... Why was the coward speaking?
Okay. It's time to begin.
Back to the void with you, coward.
Let me know in case it changes again, but I'm looking at it right now and it doesn't look like it is. For some reason, Bard is not loud for me.
Alex, speak up.
Okay, there we go. As last week, our humble adventure began with 4 unfortunate souls caught within a blizzard as they were attempting to travel. Their carriage had broken a wheel, and they were forced to bear the chilling cold as they attempted to find a solution. This was all until a stranger happened down the road with a lantern in hand. He approached and informed the group of an inn he worked at just up the road they could take shelter in. Needing to get the horses to shelter safely, the 2 owners of the carriage, Dorian Chambers and Nurgim Goldfoot, stayed with the stranger, now introduced as Edward Harper, so that they could work together and bring the horses to the inn stables. Going on ahead to escape the biting cold were 2 siblings, Silas and Josie, both elves, approaching the Padfoot Inn, where they entered to escape the cold. Inside, they found both warmth and company, as the inn was already filled with guests. Amongst these guests were 5 individuals who coincidentally shared the same destination as these siblings. These 5 individuals were Astrid, an elven woman, Beryl, an earth genasi woman, Carolina, a tiefling woman, Isaac, a human man, and Wiz, a tabaxi man. The owner of the bar, Eric Harper, a human man, was allowing visitors to stay the night and eat for free in order to keep people out of the storm. Aside from the staff of the inn, there was also another visitor amongst everyone, an elven man by the name of Gallum Emerson, a merchant from Sorovia and an inventor. He offered to sell some of his wares to the party, which included an electrical lamp and a sword that could channel electricity. Silas asked if there was a sword of similar effect, but of lighter make, and he said he would check later. Dorian and Nurgim soon returned with Edward, as they had brought the horses to their stables, and before calling in for the night, Edward needed to go check on the chicken griffins that they kept on site at the inn in their coop. Beryl and Silas accompanied him and saw the magnificent large creatures. After returning inside, a peaceful atmosphere began to sweep over the inn, as everyone grew more comfortable with staying the night. However, this peace did not last long, as 3 individuals rushed inside the inn. 2 of the 3 were carrying their 3rd companion, who was covered in wounds and badly hurt. All inside the inn rushed to help and were able to deduce what happened. The group seemed to have been attacked by sneetreebers, deadly monstrosities that prowl snowy mountains, hunting creatures from elks to bear. Sneetreebers also carried a deadly poison in their fangs that ate away at a creature's constitution until they died. Knowing they had little time to act and save this woman, the group mobilized. Dorian and Nurgim went out looking for an alchemist's hut deep within the forest, where a alchemist that the owners knew allegedly lived. Where he lived. While the now formed party of Astrid, Beryl, Carolina, Isaac, Josie, Silas, and Wiz went to find a neem plant in order to synthesize the cure. On the way toward the cave where they hoped to find the plant, they were attacked by a pack of hungry sneetreebers who lunged out at them. During the encounter, Josie was bitten by one of them, as the thick venom seeped into her blood, now suffering from the same poison as the woman. The party wasted no time finishing off the sneetreebers and finding the plant. At the cave where they sought to find it, they found one and searched for a second. Looking deeper in the cave, Isaac found the second plant, but also saw a disturbing sight. Corpses of large bear. Well, a corpse of a large bear sat with its head clearly caved in as if crushed by a boulder. Deciding they had no time to investigate further, Isaac collected the plant and everyone rushed back to the inn. Arriving back, Wiz and Gallum quickly synthesized the cure and administered it to the woman and Josie. Hours passed, and both Josie and the woman had seemingly recovered from the ill effects of the venom. The party now awaited Dorian and Nurgim's return. Once they did, however, they did not bring good news, as apparently the alchemist is dead, brutally murdered in his own home. It's changing the music very quickly. I think I have the wrong playlist, honestly. No. Okay. Okay. Does anyone have any questions before we get back into it? Comments or concerns?
Were we ending on a long rest or no?
You had not taken a long rest yet. I said it had been 2 hours and they just got back. There was no long rest taken yet. Nobody had slept. However,
Okay.
2 hours did pass, so you would have gained the benefits of a short rest if you wished to do so. I was going to remind you, Karina, because I knew you were the most badly hurt. If you wanted to roll hit die, you could do that. Anyone else can as well. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. And we are going to get back into it. As we pick up about 10 minutes after the news dropped, the woman and her companions have been given a room upstairs where they now rest. Alice, the barmaid, is turned in for the night, as all that remains downstairs are the party, Dorian, Nurgim, Gallum, and the two owners of the inn. Many of the bright candles of the tavern have been put out, as the room, illuminated now by the roaring fire and 2 lanterns that remain lit in the main area, is quiet. As you all gather around Dorian and Nurgim's table as they begin to tell you the tale of what they saw. I'm going to move you to the inn map. You guys can place yourselves wherever you'd want to be around the table, but, you know, I figured that not much has probably changed since last time. We'll clear and get my playlist. Where is this? Okay. Sorry about that. Had to do a quick music changes we are used to doing here. And I will get this on as well. As the fire cracks slightly, as Eric has laid down 2 mugs of ale in front of Dorian and Nurgim for them, as Nurgim coughs slightly as he takes a sip of it, and then looks out towards all of you and goes, "Well, to give an explanation, we were on our way to the hut. Storm was rough, we couldn't see much, but as we started approaching, We found tracks through the snow heading the same direction as us. We thought maybe the guy got caught out in the storm and perhaps was trying to make his way back to the house. Once we got there, we found the hut. Door was swinging open in the wind, wide. Approached as best as we could, saw a faint light from the windows, and assumed that meant someone was home and that something might have happened, that something went wrong. So we rushed in as quick as we could. The place was a mess. It was like it was ransacked, as if someone was trying to find something. We found the alchemist. Wasn't pretty. As he takes another sip of the mug. At least I think it was the alchemist, as he looks to Eric and Edward. As he goes, "Tiefling man, red skin?" As the alchemist, not the alchemist, sorry. Edward looks to him and goes, "Yes, that's correct." As he goes, "That's what I assumed, but I couldn't be sure." The guy was decapitated. Cleanly, too. Very clean wound. Body was also covered in a bunch of small punctures, like piercing wounds, like from maybe daggers or smaller arms like that. It was a bloody mess. It was horrid to see, to say the least. We looked around, tried to see if whoever could have done this was still there, but there was no one. We didn't think we could do much to help the fella, considering, and there wasn't much we could do there as well. So we tried to look around to see if there was any of that flour that we needed, but there was nothing inside there. The place was fully torn. So we just came back as soon as we could. As he takes another sip of his mug, indicating he is done explaining.
You said,
Can I- Go ahead.
you said small punctures?
Aye. Very small, like maybe something you'd expect from like a dagger of sorts.
Do you think they're similar to the ones that we saw on the corpses? At the overturned wagon, I'll say the barrel.
I mean, I don't know, but well, none of those folk had their heads chopped off. Right.
On our way here,
That's me not misremembering or anything.
There was no decapitations.
The overturned carriage.
And I explained to them that on our way here we encountered corpses that had odd or out of place.
Yeah. So he'd explained that they found an overturned carriage along the way here about a day ago, and that there were corpses with small puncture wounds across the bodies. Nurgum says as he takes another sip. Can't say I rightly know what that could mean. Edward goes, well, there's been a bit of a bandit problem recently, but they haven't really been killing anybody. Most I've heard was someone got a couple ribs and an arm broke from an encounter with one of them, but they've not been killing anyone. Just been robbing people of what they can. No deaths so far, so I don't know.
You said it looked like they were looking for something specifically, though, correct?
I don't know if they were looking for something specifically, but the way it looked was if you got real mad and were ransacking your place trying to find something. I've seen it before. You know, occasionally you lose your pipe or you lose something of yours and you just had a bit of a bad day, so you just tear the room apart looking for it. It was kind of like that. Bit more violent, but similar.
Were you able to tell how long you've been dead?
I ain't no medical expert, so I couldn't really tell, and I don't have magics that can discern that for me either. As Dorian chimes up, he goes, I could tell it had been a couple hours, but I couldn't tell how many at that. All I know is that he was dead for some time.
This is just a hypothesis, but a decapitation, that sounds like personal business. You don't just go around decapitating people if you're going to rob them.
Well,
Vindictive.
Nurgrim takes another sip. No, sorry, actually, Gallum chimes up this time, so he goes, well, it might not have been personal. In order to prevent some magics from extracting information, decapitation is a known method of preventing it. Things like speak with dead and sorts would not be able to function without the head.
That would imply that whoever robbed and murdered the man have at least a mild understanding of magic.
Yes, it would.
Which further my theory that it wasn't the alchemist throwing a temper tantrum trying to find something. Pardon the exaggeration.
Yes,
It was more than likely the perpetrators of his establishment looking for something and didn't ransack the place because it's an alchemist place of business and they didn't want to destroy everything. They wanted something specific, and until they found it, they couldn't risk destroying it.
That's certainly possible. As Gallum would chime up and goes, yes, and if you're trying to rob an alchemist's place, it would assume that you have some basic understanding of magic by that point. Alchemy is not particularly mundane. Strange. Very strange. As Gallum says that. Huh. Seems the world is becoming a bit more dangerous. As Eric laughs at that. He goes, yeah, dangerous. That's an understatement there. I hadn't even seen this much violence or chaos when I served with the Royal Army. Shakes his head. Rubs
The
his
world's
eyes.
been dangerous, just seems it's creeping into places that aren't accustomed to it.
World's dangerous, but most of the time folk here can keep the place from being too dangerous. Murders don't just happen randomly like this. That's not normal. Not with the frequency,
more-
but it's been happening.
I was more stating that it is normal in other parts of the world.
Well, I can't say
It
I've
seems
been
it's
to other
spreading.
parts of the world. I've only been here.
Edward, you said that this alchemist has come here multiple times before, right?
Yeah, he was a nice fella. Sort of kept to himself. His name was Malron, sorry.
You know of any people that he was associated with, maybe?
No, he kept to himself. He didn't talk about any family or friends or anything like that. I caught that he was out here for his research. He was trying to find ways to craft new potions using new regents or old potions using new regents. But he didn't tell us anything about like his family or anything like that. So I can't rightly say I know. We didn't interact that much. He would stop by sometimes for a drink, and if he was too far from home or if there was a storm, he would stay the night. We occasionally bought from his stock as well, as, you know, it's good to have that on demand in case something happens.
What did he say his research was again?
1 second. I have to deal with a nuisance. Never mind the nuisance, deal with herself. His research, he was trying to find ways to create new potions, and ways to make old potions using new stuff, cheaper stuff. From what I understood, that was the simplest way he described it to me. Be gone. Ow! Fuck. Okay. Sorry about that. Did you hear me, Anthony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Man certainly didn't deserve to go out like that. Not that I know his entire record, but he seemed like a nice fella.
Well, what is your take on the result of this? What should be done with the deceased alchemist and his abandoned or left alone abode, kind of thing?
You're asking that to the brothers?
Mm-hmm.
As Eric would say, look, this area's never been this dangerous before. Between a Sneak Reaper attack and a murder, that's concerning. I don't know what we should do, but I think that if you all could look into it a bit more, I'd greatly appreciate that, as I can't really do it myself, or I would. Edward certainly can't either, and we live here. We don't really have the... We have the funds to pack up and leave, but we don't have the, accessibility to do it so soon. I don't know what's going on, and I just want to make sure the danger's cleared.
I suppose we could do that for you. I mean, you were nice enough to put us up for free during the storm.
What would
I'd
you
hate
want
to
done
see
with...
danger
Sorry, go ahead.
come to you. Sorry, Doug.
No, what'd you say at the end there?
I said I'd hate to see danger come your way.
Nods to you and he goes, I appreciate it. Go on, Silas.
And what would you want done with his body?
Well, shit. That's a good question. Maybe, wrap it up with you if you can, and, leave it there, once you're finished.
Do you have a
There's...
cloth or blanket
Yeah,
we could wrap him in?
I can get some tarp for you. There's a town about a day out from here called Arbington. It's in the same direction you're going, so once you finish up, and if you find that it's not dangerous, perhaps you could let the authorities there know and they can send someone to collect.
Jake, is the alchemist's place in the direction we were going to be heading?
No,
Or is that the direction that we came from?
that's deeper into the woods. It's not where you came from, and it's
Sideways?
It's like sideways, yeah. Same direction, same way as the cave, kinda.
Gotcha.
But you diverge a bit to go towards the cave. That was the spelling of the town you mentioned. That's about a day away. As Gallum chimes up, she goes, that cave could also be related to it. I might go check out those bears myself. If you all wish to join me, you would be welcome to come. I'm sure some of you have, some rather good eyes, and I could certainly use others who are aware of, magical fields. I don't know what I'm walking into.
I would like to explore both avenues. If that would be a possibility.
I second that.
I don't see why not. Dorian chimes up as Nurgum shakes his head and takes a sip of from his drink as he goes, well, believe me when I say I would love to help you all out in your investigations on the murder and of these bears, but we're not on a time crunch, like I said, but we do need to get back to the city to get another carriage, and I don't think it's best for us to dally with seeing how dangerous it's getting. So I believe once the storm lets up, me and Nurgim here are going to head back to town, if you all are going to be handling the situation here. He says, looking to the group of you.
I believe that it's going to be handled as best as it can.
Well, then I'll leave you. I believe that me and Nurgim will have to leave you all to that then. I apologize. Again, I would love to see this place be safe, but we also have to be safe in our travels as well. Sorry about that.
Of course.
Give me one moment. Gallum chimes up as he goes, well, whatever we decide to do, We can't do it now. As he looks out the window, the snow still, roaring, but it's calmed down a bit. It's not nearly at its ferocity that it was before. So you can tell that it'll likely die down sometime during the night while you're all asleep. At least those of you more familiar with these storms can tell that. As he goes, so perhaps for now we should call it in for the night, unless we all have something more to discuss to try and, bridge our information.
Fair enough.
Well then, as well, Silas. I believe you gave him his name, right? You gave him your name, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I did check my stock earlier, and I do, in fact, have a rapier that is set up the same way as the charge blades. If you would like to purchase it, it would go for about 90 gold pieces.
Kind of looks like he's thinking about it for a moment. How potent is the current that runs through it?
Strong enough. It gives a good zap.
Did he already state whether or not it's a quote-unquote magical weapon?
No. Nobody asked.
Are these magical weapons or simply technological?
The lightning is produced through a combination of magic and technology, so it is technically magical.
I think I'll take that rapier from you.
Right then. I will go fetch it for you. You don't need to produce the gold immediately. As he is gonna go head up the stairs and go get the rapier for you. As, Edric sighs, he goes, well, I'm gonna start packing it up for the night. You all can stay down here as long as you like, but try to get some sleep.
Do we have real beds?
Yeah, upstairs there's rooms for each of you. Just have to figure out who's going in what. There's enough rooms for all of you, though.
Can I see it now?
Sure, certainly. You can head on up if you'd like. Pick out a room.
I hurriedly collect my things and find my way to the stairs.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything at this exact moment as everyone's going off in different directions?
Nope. Just waiting for the rapier.
Okay. So I'll cover you real quick, Beryl. You head up the stairs, and you find a bunch of different doors that lead to different rooms. I assume you pick one out.
I find the biggest bed.
All of the rooms have the same sized bed.
Okay. Then I picked the first room I find.
Okay. So you find a room. As you open it up, you find a small room with a single-sized bed designed for one person, but big enough. It's, big enough to fit you and looks comfortable. Folded with a nice, warm-looking blue blanket over it in a wooden frame. In the room, there is a table with a candle on it that could be lit. That has a single chair, and as well there is a wardrobe at the side of the room that also doubles as having a drawer at the bottom of it, with a carpet that lays across the center of the room, and a small chest at the foot of your bed as well.
I immediately run over to the bed and I kind of put my hands all over the blanket.
Yeah, it's smooth. It feels rather nice at the touch.
I kind of whip it up and try and jump underneath it.
All right, you jump underneath. The bed is a bit firm, but it feels nice. Certainly better than sleeping on the ground and such.
Yeah. You said it's a blue blanket?
Yes, it is.
Like the ocean.
Give me one moment. I'm taking my headset off for a second. Turning off my air conditioner. Or I'm putting my air conditioner to low, more specifically, because it's a bit too high right now. Sorry about that. Go on.
That pen exploded a little bit.
Oh, no. So you're doing that in your room.
Yeah.
As soon after you get situated, Silas, sorry, Gallum heads down the stairs as he approaches you. In his hand, there is a rapier that... One moment. Rapier made entirely of metal with strange electrical wiring covering the length of the blade. On its hilt, there is a compartment that can be opened, revealing a small rectangular storage area that appears to be designed for something to be placed inside it. As he offers it out to you, as he goes, "Here," and also as well, as he will produce a single charge pack and go, "As part of the deal, you can have one of these on the house."
I appreciate it. Although you mentioned these things can be charged with magical energy.
The lanterns can, not these things.
About how long will a single charge pack last for the sword?
About an hour.
And how much are charge packs?
Let me pull that up.
I could affect Silas buying this.
15 gold pieces.
Oof.
But I will sell you a second one for 5. Since you're buying the blade as well.
And you're confident I'll run into more people that have charge packs for sale in the future?
Oh, sure. There are many places that have Serovian wares. My family is a pioneer of these charge packs, so we have made sure to send them out to as many places as we can.
I assume then that the compartment at the hilt is for the charge pack?
Yes, it is.
Does it do anything without the charge pack, or is it just a rapier at that point?
It's just a rapier without the charge pack.
The only other question would be, when I use a charge pack, does it run until it's empty, or can I use a portion of it and then cease using it?
It will run 10 minutes at a time, so if you're going to remove it, you have to wait 10 minutes before popping it back out.
Fair enough. I will take that exchange, sir.
Okay.
Including the discounted charge pack.
So he'll give you a second charge pack, and he'll take 95 GP from you. Or you'll give him 95 gold.
Yes.
Alright, so you'll take the gold, and you will get the weapon. I will give you a copy of it in your equipment folder.
Alrighty.
So let's duplicate it. Where's the duplicate? It's down here. Where did it go? It's disappeared. Nani. Okay, player equipment, individual. Silas doesn't even have a tab in here.
I didn't have any special equipment yet. That
No,
was individual. I have shared equipment.
Neither does most of the people on there. I have everyone except for you.
Oh. I feel the love.
Silas gets nothing.
It's also not
Nothing I say.
alphabetical for some reason. Which is going to make me mad. There we go, now it is.
Silas will have nothing, and he will like it.
Alright, Ben, you will be able to see it now in your player equipment.
Yes, sir.
Let me know if you can see it. And you already know what it does. When it's charged, it does an additional 1d4 lightning.
And I
For
can make
an
it run 10 minutes at a time instead of 1 hour if
Yes.
I want
Yes.
to. Alright. I'm gonna set the charge pack damage, the charge damage as just a global damage modifier. on my
That's
team.
fine. Just remember to turn it off if you're not using the rapier. But there might be other weapons of the sort you could find that do the same thing, so...
Mhm.
It would all always be lightning damage, so... As you receive that, and he looks to you all and goes, and if any of you want to buy any of my other wares, the lantern or the healing potions and such, you're free to, of course. But, for now, I am going to call it a night. I will see you all in the morning if you decide to, make good on that investigation. As he goes to head upstairs, to head to bed.
As he does, I'm like sprinting out of the hallway and down the stairs, and I'm just kind of like gripping the banister as I come down to see everybody. And I'm like, they really are real beds. And then I just run back upstairs.
This really is her first in. I'm glad the girls... Well, it's nice the girls getting to enjoy real bed.
I think they have the right idea, though. It is getting late. I think I'm tired too. I'm going to head to bed.
Gonna head upstairs and head to see it?
Mhm.
Okay. Same thing I described for Beryl for your room, except this room has a purple-colored blanket.
Have a good rest, Carolina.
You too.
The rest of you?
Can I see the moon anywhere from inside the building?
No. The snowstorm is too thick.
Is it out, though?
I mean, you can assume the moon is out, unless it disappeared. Unless the moon has vanished.
When are we in the moon cycle?
What?
It's not
Where
a
are we
new
in the
moon.
Well, the moon is in the sky tonight, you just can't see it because of the snow.
That's fine.
They took the moon.
They
Damn,
did take the
those
moon.
bastards
Can't
The
have,
moon landing never happened. It's still up there. It
can't
never
have
came
shit
down.
in Detroit.
never landed.
Then Astra's just gonna go to a window and look out, and she's going to play something on her violin.
But actually, what is it? Serial the 10th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It would be a waning crescent moon, I
So
believe.
she's out.
No, it'd be a half moon. It'd be a first quarter moon. It'd be a first quarter moon.
She's out. Lovely. I'm
Yeah.
playing for the moon.
It'd be a first quarter moon tonight.
Even if I
You're
can't
playing
stick
to the
it out.
moon.
When
From-
the moon hits your eye.
Are you
Well-
playing in like main tavern area or in your room?
She's probably still downstairs because upstairs people are sleeping right now.
So what are you doing?
She's gone to a window and she is playing for the moon.
Oh, she's praying to the moon?
Playing.
Playing.
Oh,
violin.
playing! Okay, I see. Okay.
Violin, posh.
Sure. Okay. As you do that, same room, except you have a red colored blanket.
Josie, we should get you into a room, dear sister.
Yeah, I feel like shit.
Hopefully a good rest remedies that.
I mean, my arm didn't fall off, so things could be a lot worse.
Yes, they could. Could be much worse.
Alright. Let's just start heading upstairs then.
Okay. As you start heading up the stairs.
Feel better, Isaac would say.
Thank you.
So you head to your room. Green blanket.
Isaac, I have a question for you.
What is that,
You
Silas?
seem quite educated, and
Well, thank you.
well read.
I keep up. I've been to university. Mostly self-educated, though, if I'm being honest.
Mine is a combination of that and, say, tutoring from one individual. I was curious. Did your university or self-teaching did it involve? He's gonna plot back out the spell book that he showed Wiz earlier. Did it involve scribing out your first set of spells in a book like this?
No, it's recent that I've come into magic. I was
See,
more of a typical book learner, if you will.
so a book-learned person that got the gift of magic. I am envious of you, my friend. I know you wouldn't say friend. Sorry. I am envious of you.
It has its benefits. I've been able to do some good with it of recent.
I will rely on the fellow intellectual when we come to moments that is important. So, if it wasn't already made apparent by the trek we had earlier, I think in figuring out whatever monstrosities or beasts are hampering the area, my sister's insight is likely to be superior to our intellects.
Of that, I'm sure. Book learning can only get you so far. I have to say that she's right on that.
That's very correct. Well, I am going to stay down here for the evening. Don't want anyone to be waking up rudely to possible people that visited the alchemists.
It's very kind of you to offer your services like that. I believe I'll join you, if only to listen to Astrid play for a little bit.
I think she's in a room playing, but I'm not positive about that.
She said in the main area.
Oh, in the main area?
I'm downstairs.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm crazy.
The only reason why-
Yeah, I get it.
The only reason Silas didn't say anything to her is because she's playing music, and people don't conversate while they're playing music generally.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can do Devil Goes Down to Georgia.
Oh, he just died.
Aw, did he?
Yeah,
Who killed him?
Oh,
a stroke.
What the fuck?
no.
Also, surprising no one, Charles Daniel was very racist, so
Ah, okay.
I
Me
mean,
too.
So the devil did
That's
get him.
not true.
the devil
That's
did
not
get
true.
him.
I'm not racist. I'm sorry, Stream. Monka, dude. That's a weird champ if I ever said one.
You're muted if you wanted us to hear what you just said, Rogue.
No, I was just making faces.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Why does Rogue have to say something?
I thought he was saying something.
I know, I'm
that's
kidding,
all.
I'm kidding.
So anyway,
Yes, so anyway, sorry. Silas would, I'm guessing though, correct me if I'm wrong, Isaac looks human.
Yes, he is very human.
I don't need the traditional form of rest that you do. I'll probably end up just, Silas would have moved to the single seat after Josie left. Well, yeah, here, but he would have turned it to face kind of towards the door more as he's speaking to Isaac, like he would have stood up to start turning it. I'm likely to just sit here cross-legged and kind of meditate into a trance and listen.
I shall leave it to you. I shall leave you to it then. I will be here reading.
Silas will begin to attempt to trance cross-legged in the chair then.
Sure.
Although, one question. You seem to also be an intelligent sort if we're complimenting each other right now. Have you ever come across a name Toon Magi?
Jake.
No.
Okay. I'm afraid to say I have not.
That's alright. That's kind of an answer that I've come to expect from most people. But
If
thank
you
you.
could, with asking the question, if you could stem my curiosity and at least giving me a frame of reference for the name.
Unfortunately, all I know is that he's something of a writer.
So a person.
He's a person. So far as I know.
Let's see.
Excuse me.
There are lands ahead, from what I understand, that would be good to inquire for such names, I'd imagine.
It's my intention.
Silas will nod to him and, listening to the music, just gonna meditate, trance out.
Isaac, are you going to head up to go to bed eventually?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Wiz, you about to go say something? I saw you about to unmute.
Yeah. Either Wiz would walk up to Isaac 6 seconds after Silas goes into a trance.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Praxmore,
Yes.
you're a sorcerer.
Of sorts.
Ah, cool. How do you do that weird thing where you, like, streak a bolt of color across the sky? The thing you did with the messages?
It's like a greenish orb of energy with purple streaks running through it to give a description of what it would look like.
That, my friend, just sort of comes naturally. I wish I could tell you more.
So you can't teach it to me.
There are many things I could teach you, but that is not one of them. Not to say that you're uneducated, I just happen to be very educated myself.
It's just a funny way to say that, I'm sorry.
No, it is.
It again feels like another jab at Wiz not being able to read or something like that.
That's not how
I know.
It's like a doctor in person talking to a, bachelor degree carrier. It's not that you're not educated, I'm just more. Apologies. I'll hush.
So, you could be my new teacher. Lesson 1?
And he takes out his spell book.
Lesson 1. Believe in yourself?
Wiz closes his spell book and walks up to the room.
Okay.
I mean, I thought it was a good lesson.
Believe in yourself.
Same setup as before, except you have fuck, I'm running out of colors. Pink bread.
There's so many more.
No, there's not. I'm out of them. I'm already out.
2, 3, 4. Does anybody know any more colors besides the 4?
So, Isaac, when are you gonna head up to bed?
Probably, once Astrid stops playing. He's kind of just enjoying the music and making notes in his book.
How long are you playing for, Astrid?
Probably like a half hour.
And then you're heading up to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go to head up to bed. Isaac, roll me a sanity saving throw.
Yes, sir. Yikes.
Dude.
Your violin
Wow.
playing drove him crazy.
While you're
I was just doing the psycho theme.
while you're sitting downstairs reading, the room grows a bit colder, as if the fire had went out, but you still hear the crackle of the fire and still feel at least some of the bite of the heat from it. And Isaac, you hear a tapping on the window.
Which window?
Uh,
I should rephrase that. If I look up, are there other people in the room? Still.
yeah, they don't seem to be hearing it.
Okay. But
It's
I
this
hear it
one.
tapping at the window.
Yeah, it's this window.
And Silas is meditating.
Mm-hmm.
Astrid has gone up. The barkeep is probably still at the bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I gotta... Low, he checks it out. High, he continues reading.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, he's ignoring it for now. He's... The coldness is getting to him. He's sticking by the fire. He's ignoring it.
You stick by the fire, and minutes pass, and the warmth of the fire no longer provides any heat, as the cold just continues in. And you hear once again, not a tap, a bang on the window. And as that bang happens, you begin to hear what sounds like cracking all around you.
And again, no one else is reacting to this.
You look up.
Yeah.
You look up from your book, and from the front of the room has slowly been covered in a sheet of purple crystals spread out like a talon. As you look, you see Silas, Astrid are both covered in the crystals, yet she still plays her tune. And then as you look up, the banging continues on the window once more, as it continues to spread throughout the room. You look towards the window?
Yes.
You look towards the window, and you don't see anything for a moment, and then a hand, completely covered in crystals, smacks against the window, palming against it, as two violently purple eyes stare out from the darkness at you, as you shoot up in bed, afterwards, having gone to sleep hours ago, awaking from another dream.
What color is my blanket?
Your blanket is a indigo purple color.
Fuck. I throw off the blanket.
Okay. Isaac,
Yes.
upon waking up, you take 3 psychic damage
Gotcha.
from the dream. But you awake. Just a dream. Once again. Visions of a horrid nightmare.
Alright. Breathing heavy, I try to remember Astrid's violin playing to calm myself down, and I try to fall asleep again.
Okay. So you head back to sleep. This time you have uninterrupted rest. Silas, you stay downstairs meditating, I imagine. Correct? So, as everyone else heads to sleep, you all gain the benefits of a long rest, so go on and do that right now. Adjust yourselves as you wish.
You alright there, man?
Yeah. Just 1 second. And Silas, this time around, you get no interruptions in your sleep. Almost a very peaceful sleep, one you haven't had in a long time. Not Silas, sorry, Isaac. Wrong person, my apologies there. I was just talking about you. So Silas, you'll be the first to, stir awake downstairs. As, time goes by, and you come awake, after, well, you meditate for 4 hours, but I imagine keep up for another 4 for the full night.
Yeah, after my rest, my meditation was over. I'd just get a mug of water, if possible, and then just return to my seat and just kind of watch the door and the window.
Sure, no, and by the time you finish your meditation, the snowstorm has stopped. The snow no longer piles down, and morning comes around. The sun slowly creeps in through the windows, and You hear feet moving down the stairs, and then Eric, the barkeep, makes his way down the stairs as he sees you, nods to you, and goes, "Morning."
Morning.
As he
The weather
goes,
seems to be letting up.
"Yeah." Sorry, one moment.
Real quick, just as 'cause I didn't make a reference to it last session, and I should have.
Mm-hmm.
Silas is his rapier is on his left side, and he wields it with his left hand.
Okay. But as you say, it's good weather, he says, and thank the gods for that. As he goes about his work in the morning, getting things, cleaned up and set up. As you're sitting downstairs for the morning, I imagine.
Yeah,
and
for
then
everyone else.
Yep. Josie, you're going to be the one who gets up next in terms of how soon people awaken, as you are the elf as well.
Yeah.
So what do you do upon waking up and upon being it being morning?
I check my arm. Everything seems
A bit
on the level.
A bit sore. Where you got bit still. It's slightly sore, but no problems anymore.
All right. Then I would. Yeah, she'd check downstairs first to see if Silas was awake.
Okay.
About.
As you would head down the stairs to check if he was awake, as Silas, you would see Josie head down the stairs, and Josie, you would see Silas as you make it down the stairs. Sorry, I'm just moving the calendar stuff to indicate that it's the 11th now. As, come down the stairs. You see, your brother and you see her.
Morning, sister.
Morning.
How's the arm feeling?
It's been better, but it's gonna be all right.
No more letting those foul things bite you now, I suppose.
I mean, I'd argue I didn't let it bite me in the first place. It wasn't a choice, but that's the goal.
I was teasing my ever-capable sister.
I mean, I did still get bit, so, that one's on me a little bit. Pretty lose-lose.
Nothing bothered the tavern over the eve.
Oh, well, that's good. And it looks like it's much improved outside, so we might have a chance to get something done today.
Hopefully, we don't have much time to dally here before we need to move on.
Probably going to be a terror to walk through that snow, though. I should probably get working on that. As you see him go to walk into the back area of the barkeep.
Mm-hmm.
As you see him come out seconds later, holding his shovel as he goes to walk outside out front.
Seems like we should have come up with a better way by now.
Is that what you're saying to him?
I mean, I'm just saying it out loud,
Okay.
not directed at him.
He's probably
Telling him to feel
outside by
bad.
this point, so...
But, it seems like we should have improved on the shovel by this point.
Some things, the simple solution is the best one, unless there's a magical one.
Can I have that charge pack when it's all used up?
When it's used up, sure.
I'm not gonna break it for you now. Just be wasteful.
Break it for me. Oh, you're going to break it when I'm done with it.
Well, I mean... Who knows, but... It's still got use in it now. Wouldn't mess it up till it didn't have use in it anymore.
Yes, you are welcome to the charge packs when I use them up, sister. No problem.
Thank you.
If you'd like to examine one that's not used up, I'll be fine with you doing that too. I trust you.
Ooh, yeah. Hand
I
it
will
over.
hand you one of the archbacks.
Sure. Start looking it over. And give you finer details on that later.
Cool. She's basically trying to figure out what makes it work. And
well, you can probably tell what makes it work
Yeah.
already, because it is a glass case. Inside is a copper metal piece. And you see on the copper metal piece tiny coils. And you can see just under the coils there's like a small crystal. And there's about 4 coils each on each side. And you see bolts of lightning dashing between the coils each time from the crystals, obviously. And surging through the coils. At the top of the glass case, there is an opening where a single sort of copper needle comes out. And at the bottom, there is a opening for a copper needle to be inserted in. So you can likely tell how it functions a bit. The coils magically produce the electricity, and then you plug it in at the bottom, and it plugs in itself.
Okay. She's not going to try to mess with it or all. She's just observing it.
Yeah, fair enough. As looking it over, that's basically the nitty gritty of it too that I just gave you. So, Astrid, you are next to awaken, as you are also, an elf. You get up earlier, as it is.
Takes her a little bit.
Go ahead.
It takes her a little bit to come downstairs because when she gets to sleep in a bed, she absolutely has like a pajama set she wears.
Okay.
So she's gotta like get really dressed and stuff like that, and like rebraid her hair, all that kind of stuff.
As you head down the stairs, you'd see Silas and Josie. Silas, Josie, you'd see Astrid as she comes down the stairs.
Morning, Astrid.
Good morning.
That violin play was appreciated as I went to meditation.
Oh, well, thank you. I can play again later if you'd like. I do it fairly often, so.
Silas just kind of gives a brief head nod to it, of acknowledgement.
By this point, Edward has gotten up and come down the stairs as well, as he goes, "Morning. How about I get you all something to eat for the morning, since you're going to be doing some looking into things for us?" As he's going to go off and make everyone breakfast for them when they awaken.
Whatever we're going to be doing needs to be done within no more than 2 days. We have a date to make on our travels.
Fair enough. Because he's going to make you guys some breakfast. As the 3 of you would receive breakfast eventually. We're going to go next down the list.
Farrell would actually attempt to wake up as soon as she possibly could.
No, yeah, you're next on the list. I was going to you next.
Okay.
But now it makes me want to skip you and go to Carolina.
No.
No, yes, you're next as you awaken soon after.
Yeah, I awaken. I come barreling down the stairs
Funny.
and like attempting to run to like the nearest window, and I just, as I'm like coming down, I'm like, wait, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? Oh.
Did you miss what?
The sunrise!
Yes, you missed the sunrise.
Time is such a funny thing here. I can't get it right
Functions
yet.
the same every day.
Yeah, that's what's weird. And she's got like, she's basically like, she's dressed, but just her huge like plume of hair is just kind of schlumped like halfway over her face, and she's just like pushing it out of her face and like, looking at the window. Still smiling at the sun, but
Edward
just kind of
chimes
a
up
little bit upset.
towards you and goes, "I made you something to eat for breakfast."
Oh, I'm starving.
As he'd offer to a plate, offer to a plate on the bar. So,
I'd go and
basic,
take it.
scrambled eggs and some ham.
I would take it and bring it over to the window.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As you go and eat. Carolina. You are next here.
Right. I would get up and get dressed in some my usual clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Fix myself up a little bit before heading downstairs.
Okay. As you'd head downstairs, you'd see everyone. They'd see you. Edward would offer you breakfast.
I would go sit at the bar.
Okay. Scrambled eggs and ham, like I said. And Wiz, you are next here. Isaac, you're sleeping a bit in because you got interrupted. As you awaken this next fine morning.
Okay, go down the stairs.
Mm-hmm. As you'd see
Hey,
everyone.
sharpshooter.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I just said you'd see everyone.
Oh,
Hey, sharpshooter. How's my patient this morning?
Silas would nudge Josie.
Oh, that's me. Not dying. Arm's gonna be fine. Thank you.
No problem.
I guess he just find a seat and wait for breakfast.
Yeah, as Edward would go, made you something as well here. As he'd offer you out the scrambled eggs and ham.
Thanks.
Nods to you. Gallum makes his way down by this point. You'll be following soon after, Isaac. As he makes his way down, dressed regally still, as if, as if he took some considered time to make himself look nice for how early in the morning it is. He makes his way down the stairs. As he looks to you all, nods and goes, "Morning to all of you." As he sits
It's
down.
morning.
As he sits down and begins to eat and goes, "And thank Shantae that the weather has stopped." As he just
Lot
goes
of
about
thing-
to... Go on.
A lot of thanking of the gods going on around here.
Well, I figure most people like to thank the gods when things go right.
And curse them when they go wrong.
Ha! I wouldn't recommend cursing a god.
I'm just pointing out the interesting intricacy of praising someone for the good they do, but not holding them to the bad that they do as well.
I mean, not exactly a person to hold the gods accountable for what they do unless there's a god for that. Not really our place. As he just eats. And soon after, Isaac, you awaken. This time, after getting a restful sleep.
This is a silly question, but would I still have that 3-point damage?
No, you just slept it off.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I would be fine if we were keeping that too. That
No,
makes sense.
no. You slept it off, we'll say.
Okay. How am I feeling physically? I'm fine.
Physically, you feel fine. Mentally, you are a bit shaken still, but the restful sleep helped.
Okay. I'll go downstairs.
There we go.
Oh,
As Isaac arrives downstairs.
Everyone's awake. I must have slept in a little bit.
You were one of the last to go to sleep. Totally makes sense.
That is true. I don't have the same constitution as elves, I suppose.
You lack the natural gift that allows us to do it. It's not a constitutional thing of any sort. Doesn't make me better, just lucky with a gift.
Very lucky. May sound
As you
silly,
are
but
with magic.
you could say that. This may sound silly, but the amount of reading that I'd be able to do if I was in, if I didn't have to sleep.
I wish I had more books to fill all that extra time that I had.
Oh, I can recommend you some. I used to work in a bookshop.
When we're around bookshops, I will appreciate that input. For certain.
Surely.
Hey, Praxmore. You ready to answer the call of the mystery?
Always, my friend. I love a good mystery.
Did you sleep well, Mr. Darrow?
Well enough. I really have to thank you for your playing. It put me in a very relaxed mood.
You're welcome.
If you're trying to attempt to lie or anything, you can whisper roll me a deception, Isaac.
I mean, I guess everybody here knows that he didn't get a good night's sleep. Well, I mean everybody out of character knows. So if anyone wants to,
Well, no, she did roll insight. That's why. But I'm saying you can whisper roll me a deception. We're doing deceptions. We're doing deception versus insights through whisper rolls now because I don't want people to know if someone's lying necessarily. They know you're lying now, so I can use this as an example of.
Okay, I did not.
If someone insight checks you, I'm going to ask.
If it's not a lie, you could roll persuasion, right?
No, if it's not a lie, you don't technically have to roll anything.
How do I whisper roll?
Just
I've never had to do that before, actually.
There's a toggleable option on your character sheet, I believe, because it's at the top of the sheet. It shows public and then 2GM, so just select 2GM.
Ah. Oh, okay. Wow. I never had to whisper roll before. Yeah. Let me roll.
And then you're going to want to set that back to public after you get the roll done if you want rolls to be public.
Yeah, Astrid's checking on you because she's seen you have a bad night before, so she wants to know if that's a recurring thing or if it was a one-off.
Hard man to read, but you aren't getting any tells that he is lying to you.
Okay.
But that doesn't... Yeah, you're just not getting any tells that he's lying.
Well then, what's for breakfast?
As you are offered your plate of eggs and ham.
Fantastic.
I am curious, as I've now heard Dear Wiz call you this a couple or few times. Praxmore?
That's where I'm from. Are you not familiar with the city?
The city of civilization, Gallum says.
Would Saus be aware of Praxmore?
Probably not, no. Actually, yeah, no, probably not.
Okay. No, I'm not overly familiar with it. Definitely not enough to have recognized that it's a location that he was calling you by.
Oh, it's a very special place, if I do say so myself.
Beautiful city, Gallum says.
And Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would explain to him that it lies close to the center of the continent, and that it borders many nations. Correct?
It lies. It is directly in the center of the borders of. 1 second. I can give you the exact number. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is directly in the center of 4 nations, and it is the work of those 4 nations alliance. One of those nations you're in right now, which is Destin. So Praxmore is a city founded on their alliance and also founded in the middle of their borders.
You can imagine the cultural exchange that goes on.
I would assume it's quite a bit then. Yes.
Mr. Darrow, do you read lots of books?
I do. Probably my favorite pastime.
Do you have anyone that I could read?
I don't have this on my character sheet, but I think we could assume that he would carry like at least one or two like personal favorites on his person, because he's just that kind of dude. He is an avid reader.
Sure. What types of books would he be talking about though?
Most likely, he's probably a big fantasy nerd. Like, so anything dealing with like kind of fantasy history blends.
So mythology.
Mythology, sure. That's the word for it.
So you carry on a book called Myths and Legends of Euclax.
Would you like to see a barrel?
I would very much so, yes.
Don't take this the wrong way, but do you know how to read? Do they read in the Fae?
I know how to read some bits. I was taught your common tongue a bit.
Well, if you need help deciphering it, I'd be happy to help. And he gives her just a smile.
And she holds her hand out for a book.
Yeah, I hand her the book.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like turning it over, open it up to the first few pages.
Sure. The front page is has its title written on it, Myths and Legends of Euclax. And on the front page is a depiction of a strange-looking creature that has the body of a horse, 6 heads, each head being a different head, but mostly heads of different insects, the tail of a scorpion, and legs that are, where is this? Legs that have what look like tendrils coming off the sides of them. It's a rather disturbing looking beast.
My gosh, does this exist here?
I mean, if the book is to be believed, it may have once existed, but there's no evidence of it existing now. Is that
She
true?
starts like flipping through the pages. Which one? Which one is it?
And I point her to the specific myth that
Sure.
deals with the one on the cover.
Yeah, it is a myth of a creature known as a Kikimora. They are supposedly insect hybrid beasts that are different sorts of combination of animals that once maybe existed long ago.
I start reading the passage.
In the deserts of Hassal. It's in this. That's the section it's in because it's divided by the.
What's Hassal?
It's a nation.
Oh, okay. Can I get the spelling of Kikimora? Oh, damn, I was close.
Secret eye in there I didn't get.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very secret eye. As you're looking that over, as Gallum chimes up after a couple minutes have passed, as he goes, "Well, seems like everyone's here." Actually, no, wait.
Yes.
Dorian and Nurgum would come down the stairs before that, as they would look to you all and nod, as Dorian would chime up as you go, well, we have made our decision. It is, we are going to head out, take the horses and make our way back to the city, Treevine, get a carriage. So he looks to you all and goes, "Best of luck to you all in your investigation and your travels." So he looks back to Josie and Silas as he gives a bow and goes, "Thank you two for accompanying us originally. I'm sorry that we ran into such bad luck."
I'm sorry as well. But I'm glad that all is well
Me,
for us, at the very least.
me as well. If we ever meet again, the drinks will be on me.
We'll hold you to that.
Make sure you do. Well, good luck, and have safe travels. Don't get yourselves involved in too much danger. Be careful. And be careful of those woods. As he goes to individually shake all of your hands. And then they would head out. Then, Gallum would said, well, since everyone is here, perhaps we should start discussing the plan for today, then.
Be a good thing to have figured out. As I said earlier, with only a few of us down here, we have a day, maybe two at most, that we can spend on this.
Hopefully,
At least for myself and my sister.
well, hopefully we don't have to do longer than a day, and we can find the answer.
Are we gonna go back to that cave?
I would say that would be the first place we should go. It's not too much farther from the cave to the hut than it is from here, so we could head there immediately after.
And, maybe keep an eye out for any, Kiki Morias.
Well, my suggestion is just the cave first. If you all believe differently, I will adhere to that.
I am for the cave first as well. I'd like to keep our eyes out for any of the possible bodies of the snow prowlers. I'm guessing they're likely buried at this point.
Either buried in the snow if we pass by you where you fought them, and it's unlikely we'll find another one out in such placid weathers. But not impossible. As soon as possible, quite honestly. If you all are on a time limit and need to get moving as soon as you can, I wouldn't want us to tarry that long.
Well, I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
As am I.
May sound strange, but I'm eager to see this mystery through.
Right, well, let's get a move on then. Come on. And she kind of just, like, quickly scarfs down the rest of her breakfast.
Okay. Eric looks to you all and goes, best of luck and thank you for this again.
Thank you for the hospitality.
Of course. Be safe out there.
Astrid has left 10 gold in her.
Okay. As you guys go to head out, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we take 5 minutes here because I have to pee, if that's good with everyone. So, we're going to call 5-minute break. We'll pick back up at 9:05 my time, okay?
Right.
So, technically 6-minute break, but that's alright. As we will be back and we'll pick up with you all arriving at the cave, okay?
Okay.
As do. Boom.
Welcome back, Forrest.
Boom. Is everyone correct? Yes, everyone's correct. Okay. As you all begin approaching toward the caves, as you approach the entrance to it, as a stench emanates from it, a stench of rot, overwhelming your senses. And it takes about, the half hour to walk there. And it's a bit rough, the snow is deep. But you arrive at the entrance, and the stench of rot permeates from it. Do you enter?
I cast light, and I go ahead.
As you enter into the cave, as you see a grisly sight before you.
Uh-huh.
You should see the map right now. As the music did not get played.
They were brown bears.
I did.
No, you said grizzly sight though.
I know. That's the joke.
That's
okay.
the joke.
Okay, sorry about that. The music did not start playing for some reason. I'm glad I put my clear in general before. As you all enter into the cave, seeing this grisly sight before you. As you see... Sorry? I'm just checking 1 second real quick. And it's cold out, by the way, as you begin to walk over. As you see 4 dead bears. Their bellies carved open, and their skull and their heads smashed like they were crushed under a large rock. Fragments of their skulls lie across the floor in bloodied pools beneath their bodies. Torn from their stomachs, their entrails are strewn across the floor, connecting to the center of a magic circle etched into the stone. The etched symbols sizzle, as if hot, as they emanate heat. All of you, trained in Arcana, feel intense magic filling the room. As Gallum,
There were 3 bears last time, right?
you didn't see all of them. You only saw one when you approached last time.
Oh, okay.
You did not go deep enough to see any more bears. As
Okay,
Gallum
just
will
wanted to
go,
make sure that-
my, this is quite the sight. As he moves further in.
Can I?
Where were the bears at?
The pools of blood represent the bears.
Okay.
Can I cast detect magic?
Sure, you're going to cast it using your ability.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do so. As, taking in the magic of the area, Beryl, the first thing you feel as you open your senses up to the area around you is this place feels wrong for some reason. It doesn't feel nice. And then you begin to see the colors of the energy in the room. As you see, lingering around the edges of the circle and around the corpses of the bear, a viscous, black, almost oily energy that surrounds them. And at the center of the circle is an ethereal, cerulean blue fog-like energy. The oily black, represents necromancy, and the cerulean blue fog, represents conjuration. As well, you can see that the energies are slowly fading.
Okay. So like, sorry. So I had different colors linked to each of my schools. So.
Well, these are the colors that are represented.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure I got it right. So conjuration, it was like
cerulean blue like fog.
Okay. Everybody sees the cracks in Beryl's skin start to glow, both that cerulean blue and like grayish black color. That's That's a whole lot of not nice stuff there.
If you could be a bit more specific, Barrel. The dead bears are a gruesome sight indeed.
Um, they give off. Would she know the word for necromancy?
That's up to you. There's no reason why I would say she wouldn't, so unless you
Yeah,
have a
I think-
reason why she wouldn't.
No, I think with her experience, individuals would have told her about.
There's a
this.
lot of magic in the Feywild, so...
Right. Yeah. Well, there's a bit of necromancy going on around there, around the bears, and also a bit of conjuration. I don't know what that quite means yet, though. But
Some
just
sort
be
of-
careful.
A magic that interacts with life versus death, as well as magic that's often related to summoning things.
Or teleporting things. Gallum says as
That
he's
as well.
gotten close to the circle as he goes, yes, and there appears to be necromancy around the edges of this as well. This is fascinating. I think I might be able to translate some of the script here, but it could take a bit.
What would be a bit?
I'd avoid touching the circle if you could.
The magic appears to be fading. It is likely only going to be hot, if anything. But I don't intend to touch it. I don't need to touch it to translate, though there is some magic on there, if anyone wanted to dig deeper. As he says, depending on how old this arcane script is, it could take anywhere from, 5 to 10 minutes.
Can I assist him with that?
Do you know arcane script?
Is that would that be a language I know or a
It's a
proficiency?
specific thing. Are you trained in Arcana?
Yes, that's why I asked.
You're used to more modern arcane script.
Right.
This seems a bit older.
Okay.
And
Is it-
What's up?
Is it like elemental in nature?
It does not seem elemental in nature, actually. I think you might be able to tell that. You'd probably
Okay.
seen some elemental scripts before. But it looks primal. You know that at the very least. It doesn't look elemental, though. It looked like it would have to be something else old. Astrid, though, I'd say you probably received some rather extensive education. You can roll me Arcana to see if you can tell what sort of dialect it might originate from. In terms of its arcane script, because arcane scripts come from a whole bunch of different dialects.
Okay, so it's not arcane script doesn't equal wizard book writing then.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
There we go.
You can tell there seems to be some sort of draconic nature to the to the letters themselves and to the script. It looks very old.
Does anybody here have any experience with Draconic? It's
Yes, this appears to be very old arcane scripture. It's not technically a language, Rogue. You'd know that. So it's not something you could comprehend language on.
I am trained in the arcane as well as draconic. Perhaps I could be of help.
That might be able to help, but this might take a bit.
Oh, I'd be interested to get this translation, so any aid I am to you on that, I am at your disposal.
You can certainly try.
While they're all doing that, I want to try and investigate the bear bodies further.
You're gonna go investigate the body of the bear?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna I have my maul out, and I just kind of like, hold it to prevent Carolina from getting much closer to the bear. Are you sure you want to be doing that?
I trust your insight. I'll stay at
Gallum would say, though, if he'd chime up, hearing that, go, I will say, if we're just going to not try to look deeper at these things, there'd be no reason for us to be here. I understand caution, but caution would never lead to any new discovery.
I will take my maul and try to turn over one of the corpses.
They're on their backs right now.
They're on their backs.
Because their bellies are wide open, exposed for the world.
Yeah.
Beryl doesn't want me to approach the bodies. I will investigate the rest.
What are you going to do?
I'll try and investigate the rest of the cave. Like,
what are you trying to look for?
We can kind of see like this whole area, right?
Yeah, you can see what's on. Well, you can see what's revealed on the map.
Yeah. I want to be able to know what the mist, the fog that's like covering.
You can't see that. That's from the tech. That's from their tech magic. So you don't see that.
Is the fog just kind of like...
It's energy.
Yeah. Is it just completely encompassing the whole area, or is it just...
No, it lingers around. Like I said, the necromancy lingers on the edges of the circle, and the blue conjuration is in the center, in the dead center of the circle where the entrails connect.
I would ask Beryl if it's safe to go check behind the circle.
I suppose. Just, keep your wits about you.
And I want to go, like, investigate, like, the areas over here.
What are you looking for?
Just, like, anything that would, give me any information of when someone was here or who was here.
Are you trying to find, like, tracks? Is that what you're looking for?
Tracks or, like, something that maybe would lead deeper into the cave.
Well, the cave ends where it ends on the map. There's no deeper.
Yeah.
But sure, you can. If you're looking for tracks, you can roll a. Where is this? 1 second. No, I have this planned out. 1 second. Sorry. Where did I put it? Perception or survival.
Could I assist her in that?
If you'd like. So 20. Looking around, you're able to spot not over here, but starting over by the bear corpse closest to the cave entrance. You see bloodied, shoed footprints. Very faint, very hard to see. It's as if someone, tried to keep them hidden. But they are bloodied footprints that look like of a shoed foot that is larger than average. The footprints go from the front of the cave, the first bear corpse, to the center of the circle.
It looks like, is it only one set of footprints?
Yes.
That I can see?
So Jesus carried whoever did this to the circle.
Silas, if you're helping him investigate the runes to try and get a rough translation, you can roll Arcana, or he can at advantage. You can roll at advantage, or he can at advantage.
I'll roll advantage.
Sure.
While they're doing this, I also want to look for Neum again.
Neum again?
Yeah.
Sure, you can roll a... No, sorry, you don't have to roll. You can't find any. Doesn't appear to be any deeper in the cave.
Because I have none.
It would. Sorry, one moment. Okay, 23. Yeah, you start trying to decipher the runes, but these are very old. They don't even resemble the Draconic that you know. And again, it's arcane script, so it's not exactly a language. It's more, you know, a set of symbols and phrases that get translated over into text, which I guess is kind of language, but you know what I mean. It's not a language particularly. But as you look over the runes, it's old, so it's hard to make out a full translation, but you can get a rough translation of the word away. You either think it's the word away or it's the word go. Not as in go away, it's probably... Sorry. It's either the word away or the word leave.
Okay. And does it
Around
look
the center
like
of the
it's-
circle. Go ahead.
So between Gallum and I, can we discern if this appears to be near the beginning of what it's saying or near the end?
It appears to be like it's not a huge phrase that they're saying. Generally, arcane script is used to like translate like an action that you're trying to do, for a circle or for something like that. Generally, so it's unless it's ritualistic, it wouldn't be a phrase. So it could just be it's trying to say, leave or away.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
I would hear them over talking this, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
if they're communicating aloud about it. Unless Silas has not shared what he knows yet.
Certainly pondering it. Haven't shared what I know yet.
So you haven't heard anything yet from them.
I did find some rather large footprints coming from this bear over here, leading to the circle.
Perhaps with
Meryl.
the conjuration, maybe it, I don't know, teleported whoever was doing this out of here?
Bill, the conjuration that you've detected, is it in this area, holding Silas to like hold his hand out towards in the direction of the center of the circle?
Yeah, it's right around in the center there.
A little bit I was able to make out thanks to your help, Gallum. It's either saying away or leave.
That's what I
roughly.
got as well, roughly. Silas, you were intimately studying it as well. You can also tell there's enough magic lingering on it that it's physically there still. So it's not touchable, but it's reachable, the magic, as if you could like possibly discern its purpose with further study. But you'd have to touch
like
the
to
circle to do that.
I'd like to try something. Do any of you know protections from evil and good? No? Alright. This becomes a little more risky then. I need about 10 minutes. And if no one tries to stop me, I'm going to try to ritually cast Identify as I reach out to touch the magic area that you described, Jake.
Sure.
That would be touchable.
Mm-hmm. Gallum
And
certainly
I'm
won't
gonna
stop
try
you.
to- Gonna try to discern it through the spell Identify.
Okay. That's gonna take about 10 minutes. Is anyone else doing anything in the room while it's happening? Wiz, are you doing anything? Josie?
Carolina pointed out where the track she found started by the bear.
She did.
I'm gonna make an attempt to see if I can backtrace them farther. Like, is that truly where they started, or is there any that appear earlier than that?
You can roll a survival check. You don't find any place where it starts earlier. It's almost like they just sort of appear. And you do find roughly what look like also rather well hidden, and only a couple of these more tracks of what look like. Again, these are loose. Like you're only finding like 1 foot at a time, so you're not positive what it could mean or what it represents. But you find what look like reptilian tracks that look like a bit smaller than average anything. Very small footprints that have 3 toes and likely talons at the end of each. The tracks look like.
Well, that might explain how one person could have taken down 4 bears. They were 2 people.
You can tell there was at least another thing in here at some point.
Yes. So we know there was bears, something with large feet, and something with small reptile feet. And now all we see is bears, so...
We also lost Rogue. I don't know what happened.
Did he leave, or is he...
Yeah, he left.
He looked like the same thing that had happened to him last time with his headset.
What happened with his headset last time?
He heard like a really
okay.
high-pitched
Yes.
sound. And
Yes, I remember that. Well, hopefully he can make it back.
go ahead.
Would Isaac know of any sort of spell or something like that that would require both necromancy and conjuration?
Um,
And I am trained in Arcana.
hard to say. There's a lot of different spells out there in the world, and there are a lot of different spell combinations. I'd say you don't necessarily know if there's a spell that uses both schools at the same time. That's generally not a possibility. Generally, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
But you do know there are rituals that could use both, and rituals can produce spell-like effects and possibly better. So it could have been a ritual.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not positive. And just for, like, knowledge for people to know, as, like, a rule for the world of Augon, magic above, like, 5th level is, like, exists in theory for most people. Like, there's probably, like, 100 people per country that can cast above, like, 5th level magic. So it only works in, like, theory. Most people don't know of anyone that can cast above 5th level. Just for knowledge there.
Can I draw a diagram of the circle and the rooms we see?
So you're trying to draw in a journal of some sort?
Yeah, I have paper, so I just want like a copy to be able to take with us later.
Sure. You want to draw like a depiction of it?
Yeah.
Give me a performance check if you'd like.
You said only, like, how many people know above 5th level?
I gave a rough estimate of people that might be able to cast above 5th level magic, and it's maybe 100 people per continent. Maybe. Magic is very common, but higher level magics is not very common at all. Yeah, you're drawing a pretty good diagram of the area. Anyone else doing anything before Silas's identify goes by?
Just like mindlessly, just kind of like molding the earth around the bears. Just kind of like pushing it around.
Sure. I'm gonna shoot a message to Rogue. I don't know if I wanna move on without him. So I just shot him a message real quick. And we'll give him like a couple minutes here, if that's alright with everyone.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll say, at 9:35, I'll make us go on, if that's alright.
That's fine.
Okay. Good song. Okay, so we're gonna move on. All right. So Silas, as you
Yes.
cast your identify, move you to the circle. Okay. Assume you're like there, or would you be closer to the center?
However close I'd have to be to touch it, no more.
Yeah, it's just there.
The area you said I could touch.
Yeah. You could even touch just the around it. So everyone just move themselves to where they'd be really quickly. Because I know there's been some moving about in the room, as Gallum would be about here at the other side of the circle. And we'll assume Wiz is where he is. As you touch the circle, Silas, it's warm. Very hot, as if, not burning your finger, but you can tell this is very hot, as if still, reeling from the magic that surged through it. As you cast Identify, that means you're not going to have to roll anything here. As you touch the circle, going to identify it. As the spell finishes, you do not get what it normally gives you at first. First, your vision is flashed with darkness for a moment before it fades into a hazy scene. You see the darkened cave around you, the smell of blood in the air. The perspective is different, however. It's as if you were smaller or as if you were crouched onto the ground. All around you, the corpses of the bears lay on the ground, as a figure in dark robes with a hood stands at the center of the circle. The figure speaks, but the words are muted, as an oily black energy swirls around the circle. Features of the figure are not discernible as they chant. While they chant, you feel two arms grasp you on both sides. Looking toward your left and right, you see shadowy hands grasp you. You can't tell if they are shadowy by nature, or if the obscuring of the vision has led to them being shadowed to you. Darting between the arms, you look forward, and suddenly the hooded figure is right in front of you, and you feel a piercing in your stomach, as if a dagger had just pierced your belly. As blood pours out from your now open wound on your belly, as it almost crawls towards the circle, you see a red portal open behind the hooded figure. As the vision cuts after that, and I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Really good at those.
That's a fail. As Silas, you take 13 points of psychic damage. And as that happens, energy surges around the circle as the oily black rises up from the edges and then shoots out across the room. As I need Constitution saving throws from everyone. That'll be a success. That'll be a fail. That'll be a success. That'll be a success.
For me as well?
Yes. That'll be a success, and that'll be a success. Gallum. Gallum succeeds as well with a 19.
So from our end, we just see Silas
You see Silas
become bloodied.
Put his hand to the circle and then retch back after the 10 minutes as blood pours down from his ears and nose, and then you all see the oily black energy rise up, now visible to you all, and then shoot out across the room. As everyone except for Isaac succeeded, so Isaac, you take 4 necrotic damage. But before any of you can react, and before anything else happens, the black, oily energies linger on the bears as they begin to rise up, a squelching noise as they do. As I am going to need for us to roll initiative.
Boy.
Oh,
boy,
my
boy.
God.
I don't have headless bears, so just... just, yeah.
Nice.
None of them have heads, though. They are all headless. And Isaac, after the... Isaac, I'll tell you now. Sorry, not Isaac. Silas, I'll tell you now. The circle is a ritual teleportation circle. Not a teleportation circle like the spell, but it is a ritual teleportation ritual that uses the blood and entrails of a creature to be able to power the circle so that they can be teleported somewhere. It is dark.
Okay.
It is dark magic. You can tell that. Very dark magic.
Likely. Why did anything identified tell me anything about this defense or whatever
No,
trigger?
no, that
Okay.
it didn't feel like it was. It doesn't seem like it was part of the circle. It seems like
Okay.
perhaps it was lingering magic on the circle.
Fair enough.
Pull up the bear character sheets because they were not tied to the tokens for some reason. So let's get some bear initiatives. Can we get a bear in chat real quick?
And suddenly bears!
Can we get a bear champ in chat real quick?
Bear, 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 bear.
We're not chat, Zach.
Barrel,
What
barrel,
are you gonna do if
barrel.
someone does give you a bear champ, though?
I do not know what I'm gonna do if that happens. Quite honestly.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, let them go.
Uh-oh. Very time.
One moment, getting the combat music on.
Jake, would it be since it was psychic damage that hit me, would it be fair to say that my bloodied was blood like running out of my nose?
That's what I
and
said.
Ears.
He said that.
I said that.
Okay.
That's exactly what I described, actually.
Ears and nose blood. Ears and nose blood.
My eye.
Sort of a weird thing to chant.
No, we got a bear champ from Andrew in chat, so that's good. As we are going to start it off with Silas pulled back from the circle, taking a breath in, feeling a pain in your stomach, but there is no wound there as you look down. Regaining your senses, you now see the zombie bears rise up around you with no heads. I forgot to roll for Gallum, but I'll do that real quick.
Why do I hear the Maid of Lilies scolding me? Alright.
Yeah, James.
Gonna bonus action begin the blade song.
Okay.
I guess did we get that straightened? Yeah. Okay. So free action. I'm going to Song of Assault. This bear.
Okay. As I will give it a mark.
I'll look to Barrel and look at the bear right here. Yours, yes?
She has a very, very frightened look on her face.
That I'm gonna just my foot really loud. Barrel.
Huh?
Point my rapier towards the bear that I pinged earlier. That's yours.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move to here and attack this bear.
Okay.
Actually, we didn't. I didn't even ask. Is it a free action, bonus action, or what to insert a charge back or to activate it?
Be a bonus action to do so.
Okay, so that'll be next turn. I will attack.
All right, as that is going to hit.
That will be me.
Do you have sneak attack on that?
Astrid's right next to it.
Okay. All right, as you carve into it, hitting its thick fur. Astrid, as it goes to you, as Silas just carved into this bear, what do you do?
First, she's going to take her bonus action and extend her hand towards Silas and cast Healing Word.
Okay.
And then she's going to attack the bear in front of her with her rapier.
Okay. As you go to hit, you smack onto the bear, but your force of your attack is just not good enough to pierce through its thick hide as you miss. Technically. Is that you?
That's her.
Okay. Barrel.
Beryl breaks out into a cold sweat, heavily panting, and eyes bulging with fear. She goes into a rage. Yeah, and she's facing this one that
Beam of Brilliant
that
Light
Si-
lances
that
from your
Silas
chest.
instructed her
In
to
a
attack.
5-foot line, 60-foot line. Each creature on the line must make it blinded until the start of your next turn. Okay.
I doubt that it can be blinded, but
They don't have heads.
yeah, exactly. Right.
Was
but,
that the one
yeah.
that Silas pinged for you, this one?
Is that not what the mark means?
I thought you
No,
He pinged this one, I believe.
the mark was my ability that I placed on it. I pinged the one to your right on the map.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then yeah, then I would be facing that one.
Okay.
It would hit that one.
It's going to be a con save. It does not have a head, so you can imagine it won't be blinded.
Yeah.
Either way. What's your
That's
DC?
DC is, I believe, 14. Yeah.
He does succeed, though.
Okay. Doesn't say they take half, so
It does not.
I assume they don't. But I will rush at it and recklessly attack.
Okay. Yeah, that hits as you hit into the side of it, cracking some of its exposed bone.
Nice.
Good damage. Is that you?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, that's me.
Josie.
Okay. Righto, I'm going to draw my weapon, and I'm gonna fire at the one that Beryl just attacked.
Okay. A 12 will just hit as you hit, and it just pierces through the thick hide of the beast, but does not shoot out the other end of it as you shoot through it. As a loud bang is heard throughout the cavern, echoing out, ringing in some of your ears. As it looks pretty hurt after that. Bit hard to tell because it's literally a walking corpse, but...
Right, yeah. That is me.
Okay. Isaac.
The center of the circle, does there seem to still be like hazardous material there?
There's no energy emanating from it anymore. It was just a wave that shot out.
Okay.
And it shot out from the corners, not from the center.
Okay. In that case, I will move to here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll fire an Eldritch Blast at this boy.
Okay. Definitely a hit. As you shoot your blast of energy out towards it. Smacking into it. As it looks pretty hurt. Is that you?
Yep.
Okay. This will go to Carolina.
Okay. What is the mark on this?
It's Silas's thing.
Okay. I will move over here.
Okay.
And I
That will not provoke anything because you're standing here, yeah. Okay. Never mind. Okay. A 15 will hit as you pierce through its thick hide. Alright. Silas, what does your mark do again? It gives them a -2 to hit?
If it's not me, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
And I can use my reaction.
That I remembered. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, is that you, Carolina?
And I will also rend him.
Okay.
With cunning riposte.
As you cunning riposte him, as he is rended. As it goes to the one by Beryl, after smashing into the side of it and cracking its ribs, in a retaliation strike, it goes to swing out at you with its claws, Beryl. At advantage because of the...
Yep.
Well, it's first rolls. 24, that hits.
Yeah.
As you take 9 slashing, its claw shoots across you and claws into you.
I have to 4 because I'm raging.
Okay. As that is its turn, I think. It doesn't have an extra attack, does it? Nope. As it goes to Wiz.
Okay. Wiz fearlessly walks up to right about there.
Mm-hmm.
And holds out his paw. Bane. It's at second level.
Mm-hmm.
Charisma saving throw, DC 12 on all 4 of them.
Sure. That is 2 fails and 2 successes, actually. Surprised that there was any successes.
And then he'll cast Sanctuary on himself, DC 13. And that's his turn.
As I will mark the baned ones. Okay. As it will go to Gallum, who is going to... Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot he can do without putting you all at risk. So he's going to walk up to here, take both his hands out and hold them out towards the bear, as you would see lightning surge around his palms. As he hits, as he touches the bear. As the bear takes... a good amount of damage as lightning courses through its body, and it looks very hurt, like it's on its literal last legs, as Gallum surges the energy through it. And that would be him. Actually, because he did that, he can move to there afterwards. As it'll go to this one, who's going to go to swing out at you, Josie. As I don't think the Bane is going to matter because it's a 25, and I think a 21 would still hit you, right?
Yep.
Alright, as he goes and smacks you with his claws. As you take 8 slashing as he brings his claw down, raking it across your back. After you turned to shoot at the other one. And then it goes to this one right here, directly in front, as it is going to take its retaliatory attack toward you, Silas, with a 17.
That is a miss.
Okay. As it goes to this one, who will go for its strike out at Carolina. That is a 25. Wow, these guys are rolling super fucking well. That hits, I imagine, right?
James is gone.
He's not here.
James is not here.
Okay. I'm not looking at the screen when...
He BRB'd.
Okay. Oh my god!
Good.
It's a crit.
No, he took 18 slashing damage.
From that one hit?
Yeah.
Fuck.
And it wasn't a crit?
No. Doesn't have to be a crit to do 18 slashing damage. They've just been rolling very badly on their hits.
Well,
As Carolina gets raked right across the chest, leaving a gaping open wound there, as the bear just tore into her. That was the one you had marked, by the way.
Yeah, I'll use my reaction to teleport over to it
Okay.
and swing.
Alright.
oh, James is back.
James, you took 18 slashing damage.
Shame I didn't have advantage.
That does it. I subtracted it from your HP already.
Yeah, I see that.
It's from the bear. The bear hit you.
Yeah, if it attempts to attack me, I can make an attack if I riposte him.
Okay. Will you do that?
Yeah.
Alright, Silas, as you hit him with your attack. You don't have to roll damage, yeah. As Silas, in retaliation, is surrounded by arcane energy and appears before the bear, carving into it. At the same time, Carolina darts back and draws her rapier up and skewers it through from the other side, as the bear falls to the ground, unmoving now.
I'll allow the magic to take me back to where I was.
Okay. As you go back to the square. As that one is dead.
I would nod to Silas and like a thank you.
Okay. And then it goes to Silas again.
Thank me by taking care of the one by Josie. And I guess I'm gonna go for the killing blow on this boyo.
Okay.
So it's looking really bad right now.
Ooh, last legs.
I'm actually going to cast a cantrip. To create bonfire beneath the bear.
Has to make a dex save.
Yes. And if it ends its turn there, it has to make another one.
What's the DC?
My DC is 14.
That is a fail. As he is
Right.
engulfed by the flame of the bonfire and killed. Use that 1 HP.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it could only roll one. But alright. Then it doesn't matter. And I am as well going to move to here then.
Okay. That is
That's
you?
me.
Okay, as it goes to Astrid. Sorry, wait. 1 second. That bear was different. That's why that one died. As the fire eats away at that, it falls to the ground, engulfed. This might change your movement. But then rises back up. Not looking much better, but looking a little bit better. Not dead. Engulfed in flame now.
Okay. Then I will stay where I was, so I don't want that bear to move.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I forgot about their trait. Astrid, now it's you. The other one didn't get to have its trait occur because it got hit with a crit, so... Astrid.
Yeah, she's gonna go for the now on fire bear with her rapier.
Flamin' bears. 12 hits?
Oh, it does. Nice.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly enough as you shoot through the neck hole as it falls to the ground dead.
And then it's her bonus action.
And it does not get back up this time. What's up?
She's gonna cast Healing Word on Carolina.
Okay. It's Carolina, you heal for 7. We got a neck hole in the chat.
No, Meryl.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay, as it goes to Beryl.
I'm going to keep attacking this one recklessly.
Alright.
20.
A reckless strike indeed as you hit him. Yeah, as you crack it on the side of its legs, dislocating it as it falls to the ground, then gets right back up. But it did seem like you knocked it down like it was going to die and then got back up similarly to the other one.
That's me.
Alright. Josie.
Alright. Alright, I'm going to try to shoot the one that attacked me.
Disadvantage because of close quarters.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. You hit as you blast it. Alright, as it takes the 8. Is that you?
Yes, that will be me.
Okay. Isaac.
I'm going to shoot the one that Josie just shot.
Okay. As the Eldritch Blast hits, as it takes 7 force damage. Alright, is that you?
Yep.
Okay. Carolina.
Go over to this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna attack it.
Okay. 24 will hit. You guys are rolling just as well as they are. Okay, as it's looking pretty rough after that. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. As it'll go to this one, who is going to, with its good arms, swing out and claw at you, Beryl.
Yep.
Alright. A 20 still gonna hit you, so the Bane won't matter there. Jesus Christ. Well, because he rolled a 24, that's why I'm saying that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
So, and he rolled a 3, so it was a 21. Jesus, these guys are just really rolling well. What the fuck? Every single one of these rolls that I think I've had on them has been above a 15, which is just nuts to think about.
They got a good head on their shoulders.
Okay, as he claws into
damage?
you. 12 slashing.
So 6.
Yes.
Alright.
I don't know what that emote... That... Okay, you know what? I'm just not going to talk about it. As that is that one. As it'll go to Wiz.
Tick tick, I summon my rat.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Carolina.
And that's his turn.
Okay. As it'll go to Gallum, who will run up to there and is going to do the same thing. Try to shocking grasp this one. And hit! It'd be hard for him to miss. As he does just enough as lightning surges through it. As it is surged through with lightning as it falls to the ground and then stands right back up. As that one's thing has procced now. As that is him, he'll remain where he is. This one will take its next attack at Carolina, seeing the... Well, not seeing the, but sensing the wounds on her. 19, but let's roll the d4. I think 19 minus d4. He rolled a 1, so it's an 18. Does that hit?
Yeah, that does.
As you take 13 slashing.
It's just enough. I'm down.
Alright, as you see this one raise up and smack into the side of Carolina's chest as she falls to the ground, but does not get back up this time. As that is him. This one is dead. This one is dead. Silas.
Alright. Gonna... Assuming I can see my sister.
Mm-hmm.
You have that one, sister.
Sure hope so.
To move over to here and attack the bear by barrel.
Okay. That hits. Yup, as you carve through it. As this time it falls to the ground and does not get back up.
And I will bonus action dash to get back into melee range to place myself. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Can I stand in Carolina's spot? Her being down?
Standing on top of her.
I'm not going to stand on her body, so
That you?
then I will just move to there. Yeah.
Okay. Astrid?
Ray of Frost to her remaining bear.
Okay.
Come on.
That hits. As that's just enough as the cold frost moves over it. As its remaining body begins to get bitten by the cold, freezing up as it falls to the ground dead. As initiative comes to an end, as all of the bears lay dead on the ground.
It's again.
Young Gouda, resuscitate.
And then I cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on Carolina.
Yeah,
19 HP.
she just heals for 19, yep. Okay. A silence fills the room for a moment. And then all of you take a breath in as the bears do not get up again. They remain on the ground, unmoving.
Silas is gonna offer a hand up to the now reawakened Carolina.
I would get myself up. Thank you.
He'll give a honest smirk at that, and then Silas is actually gonna take a knee. Isaac, I'd recommend stepping away.
Yes.
As well, sorry, I was supposed to describe this right as the combat ended. As the silence fills the room and as the combat ends, all of you, trained in Arcana, feel the magic in the room begin to deplete rapidly.
I quickly drop my maul and just instinctually just start molding earth to like bury the bear in front of me.
Sure. As Gallum chimes up and goes, "Well, that was something. Are you all right?" Looking to you, Carolina.
I'm fine now.
Glad to hear it.
I just misplaced things with
Happens to the best of us. That was strange. I didn't expect that sort of reaction to happen.
Do you suspect it was a trap? Or
No,
maybe...
it wasn't a trap.
Didn't feel like directed magic.
maybe a precaution of sorts.
I saw what was being done in the circle. It's likely our life energies, our blood and such, likely awoken the latent necromantic energies in them.
That's
It
a
was
possibility.
It's an old blood ritual.
You saw what happened, you said. Did you see a vision of sorts?
I didn't just see it, I felt it, and yes.
Oh. Strange. That must mean this is very ancient magic.
The hooded figure was sacrificing these bears for their blood. Some sort of transportation magic. It caused hands to hold the bears down in the center of the circle.
I will correct one thing,
Okay.
Ben. You saw all the bears dead in the room already.
Oh,
when it started.
I wasn't looking through the eyes of a bear.
You were looking through the eyes of something, but you saw all of the bears that you currently see already dead.
Okay.
And you got grabbed by two shadowy hands and then stabbed. And your point of view was that of either someone short or someone crouching on the ground or laying on the ground.
Someone that was shorter or crouched or perhaps even laying on the ground was sacrificed in the center of the circle with a dagger to the torso while they were being held to the ground.
Could they be a reptile?
That would fit the profile.
How barbaric. By the gods.
Although I couldn't make out the person underneath the cloak.
Reptile. You said there were small footprints?
Yeah, and I'll show him best I can.
Could
We also
be
found larger footprints here.
lizard folk, kobolds, all manner of things it could be.
And I don't know if Silas said, but he said that the thing that he was in the perspective of was the one that was sacrificed.
Yes.
I have a question about arcane script. For those who
Alright.
can. Is it something that's always a certain language, or does the person who wrote the script, is it that language that they speak?
It's not a language in the way that you're thinking. Think more akin to specialized calligraphy.
Good question, James. As Gallum goes, yes, he's correct about that, but you ask a good question. That, well, I would say it this way. We, or I, would be more likely to construct an arcane script in an elven dialect. So, you could be making a good point. Whoever wrote this arcane script may have been familiar with this form of Draconic, and may have been used to it.
The larger than average footprints that we found, it was like a shoe, but
It was a shoed footprint, yeah.
Do Dragonborns and Lizardfolk wear shoes?
Depends
Based
on
on the size of
depends on the Dragonborn and the Lizard folk.
Okay.
Some do, some don't. They don't have an inherent inability to. They make shoes for the races.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a fair question.
Sorry, James. I didn't mean to eat into what your line of thought.
No, it's okay.
Oh, speaking of Dragonborn, what happened to the 3 people from the other night?
They're still at the pace. You assume?
Oh, okay. You didn't see them in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say you saw a hooded figure. Did you catch any features? What color was the cloak?
Did I get the color of the cloak even?
It was shadowy black, but you're not sure if that was the actual color of the cloak or if that was the obscuring. It was hazy. The vision.
The cloak appeared shadowy black, but the hands that held me to the ground in the circle also appeared to be shadowy black, and the whole vision was hazy, so the color might be misleading. But then again, it might... did I see any other colors during the vision? Like, of the bears? Did I see, like, red when I saw the blood?
Yes, the red was very pronounced, though.
Okay. The only color that actually stood out during all of it was the blood. It was more red than normal. So, I'm not sure. Identify doesn't normally send me down a vision like that, so that was a new experience, to say the least.
No, like I said, it's likely some ancient magics if that's the case. Sometimes, ancient magics like that can have ties to events and lead to visions and such.
But this didn't feel like a trap.
Is someone more familiar with either medicine or animals? Can you estimate the time of death for the bears?
I'm not
Would...
real good at it, but I could try.
You're gonna try.
Considering there's a murdered alchemist in the area, it's very likely that the figure you saw disappearing may have been the murderer, making an escape.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll try to
they might have
figure
needed
out.
something
Sure.
from the alchemist for this ritual.
You're gonna try and figure something out? You're gonna try to figure
Yeah.
out how long it's been since they died?
Yes.
Roll me a survival or medicine check.
Am I able to physically help her, or is this purely a knowledge check?
It's basically purely a knowledge check.
Okay. Just wanted to ask.
Yeah, you can tell that they have been dead for 10 hours, it seems.
10. Wait, okay.
How long ago did we visit the cave entrance?
You
That means
visited
they
the...
died shortly before
Go
we hit the cave.
Yes, you guys visited the cave entrance about... No, sorry. This would have had to be 12 hours ago. You guys visited the cave entrance about 9 hours ago.
Okay. So, these have been dead about 10 hours, which means when we were here the first time, it hadn't been that long at all.
12 hours now. Because
Yeah.
yeah.
So, we're if you want to
So how
count
long have you
backwards,
been dead?
12 hours.
12. Okay,
Yes. And you guys were here 9 hours ago.
gotcha.
About. It was pretty late
it's
in the
quite
night when this all
possible.
happened.
It was quite possible, as Astrid was pointing out. The murderer hit the alchemist shop for something specific. Showed they knew something to do with magic by the decapitation. Then came here and did what was necessary. We should look and see if we find any footprints to do with the alchemist place that might match the short person that you identified, Josie.
Well, though
Astrid,
Yeah.
Astrid, do you think you could draw the feet prints like you drew the rest of it?
So I can certainly try another performance check.
No, we can say that's part of your last roll.
Neat.
As Gallum will chat and go, well, if your theory is correct, that would certainly mean the murderer is gone, though, which would amend the fears of the brothers at the very least.
At least for the short term.
I imagine they won't be thrilled about the murderer being on the loose, but, well, one could say there are a lot of murderers on the loose right now.
One could.
But nonetheless, this has been fascinating to see. I have not witnessed a ritual circle of this caliber in a long time. Whoever constructed this must have been quite the mage.
Hey, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the rituals or whatever you would call them, I'd say probably rituals, whatever limited amount of them Silas had seen growing up, were any of them blood rituals using like animals or anything?
No, not from your tutor.
No, I don't. Not Major Lily's father.
I don't necessarily know if you would have seen any rituals.
Okay, that's fair.
Unless it was convinced that you were fully, in.
No,
So-
he never.
So I don't think you would have seen anything.
Okay, so never mind.
Well,
Just thought I'd ask.
the alchemists next then, unless you all wish to do a bit of digging around here still. I think we found all we could.
I mean, we got.
Like a good idea to start heading there now.
I agree. We got a detailed view of what exactly went down. Couldn't really
Let's
ask for
take-
more.
Let's take an hour and then move.
Fair enough. Would you like to do that in here, or would you want to go outside and out of the cave to do so?
The
maybe-
smell's pretty intense.
Maybe just by the entrance?
Was the wind very heavy outside anymore?
It's
or is
cold, but the wind isn't super heavy yet.
I'll
But
take the fresh air.
those of you that are more familiar with this weather can tell it's probably going to get colder as the day goes on.
I'm gonna go out there and just.
Speaking of the cold, I'm going to turn my air conditioner on. We'll be right back.
Is anybody rolling hit die? 'Cause I got Song of Rest, baby.
That depends on whether or not.
Sorry
Let's
about
get
that.
a short rest.
So what are you guys doing?
Taking a short rest just outside the cave.
Okay. So you guys are going to take a short rest?
Yeah.
Anyone doing anything during the hour in terms of light activity or anything?
Song of Rest.
Okay. Song of Rest.
I am
Extra
rolling
5 to whoever.
I'm at max with that.
Same here.
I'm at
Noonie gets back to the landing page because I have nowhere else to put you right now. Is anyone doing anything during the hour aside from rolling hit die and just relaxing?
I'm just gonna mold earth and shape some little fairy creatures at the mouth of the cave.
Okay.
I go up to Astrid and say, I'm not very good with comforting people, but I think Beryl could use a friend right now.
I do believe you're right about that, and Astrid will go over to keep. She's not super good at comforting people either, but like she at least knows like the theory of it.
I've read books on this theory.
Exactly.
Good there.
Silas
You
is
didn't
just
show weakness where she was from.
Silas
You
is
didn't
just
let
gonna
the other
call
girls
out,
see you cry.
Just gonna what?
call. He's just gonna call out to Beryl. Beryl,
Yeah.
you know how to use magic.
Of sorts.
And when you get angry, what about that magic?
I don't really know about that. It's
Well, it seems you're blessed with a natural gift for some sort of magic. Perhaps trying to tame it will help you not be afraid next time. And it's not. His tone is not one of "I'm trying to figure out a way to comfort you." It's I'm trying to get you focused on something that will make you better. Kind of tone, like a teacher kind of tone.
Yeah, it's just that, well, you see, when I got scared, the fear, it's what made that happen. Not just fear, you see, it's a bit more, I don't know. Ariella said that it had a lot to do with being raised where I was. I had a knack for absorbing some fey magic, and well, when I get particularly angry or sad or scared or even happy, it comes out to me, and I don't really know what's going to happen.
Well, both in combat encounters that we've come across, you've snapped into that anger-like state. Try to learn how to control when you do it. And I didn't sign up to be anyone's anything. But if we're going to be traveling together and dealing with things like what we did in that cave together, then I need to know that you're not going to get afraid and freeze up instead of going into that anger state.
I don't need a babysitter.
There's nothing wrong with being afraid. From fear, we become brave.
I highly disagree with that terminology.
If you hadn't noticed, though, I handled that one just fine by myself.
That you did.
I believe I snapped you out of your stupor that the fear was causing, though.
And I'll have you notice that none of that would have happened if you hadn't been messing with the circle like I said originally.
You can blame it on me if that will make you feel better. But what I did had nothing to do with the bears.
Not from my perspective. She kind of just like
Perspective is limited.
she shrugs her shoulder off and keeps molding the earth. Not into any more shapes. She's just kind of like massaging it into a softer, like just
Sure.
state.
Molding Silas's face, punching it.
It may have some resemblance.
Pharaoh, who's Aurelia? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, Aurelia, she's one of the first dryads that found me. Her and her lot. Well, there's Kelia and Callista and Celestia and Alicia and Evie and Faye and Lunette and Nata and Nisa and Shay and Tatiana and there's the pixies Iridia and Nira and
I'm not
Ciavella
gonna stop her. I'm gonna let her list them all off.
and Bepis and Five and Nisik and Niz and Roker.
Astrid. During the hour, you see what looks like a raven land onto a branch, knocking some snow down to the ground as it does. As it lingers on that branch for a moment, mostly doing what a bird would do. Seems like a normal bird, but it seems to eerily keep its gaze for a moment on the group of you, but then moves on later.
Okay, so all of us, not just me in particular.
Not just you in particular.
Awesome. Perfect, that's fine. I'll make a note of that.
Okay.
Is Astrid the only one who notices the raven?
Correct.
Oh no, do I have the highest passive perception? Uh-oh.
Yes, you do.
You gotta see stuff.
You do have the highest passive perception.
You get
You have one
the
higher.
Catry curse.
You have one higher than the one who has the second highest.
You get the Catry curse of witnessing everything.
But the hour goes by, and all of you feel refreshed, at least wound-wise. I can't speak for your mental states or your, relationships, but all of you are mended and feel, a bit better. So what do you do?
I'm very anxious to get to the alchemist's house. If we could get a move on if everyone's ready.
Just before we leave, I'm going to mold earth outside the cave just for the ground to rise up that spells out a void.
Okay.
It'll only last an hour, but if anybody comes
Fair
across
enough, fair enough. So it's going to be about a 2-hour trek to the alchemist's hut. You're going to start making your way there. Maybe a bit shorter, depending on your movement. As you begin making your way toward the alchemist's hut. As you walk, making your way toward it. As you all begin approaching, as off in the distance, 2 hours pass, as you all begin approaching a small wooden hut that looks to only have one floor covered in a thick snow that is atop its roof. Its door is swung wide open, and a large mound of snow has covered the stairway and doorway entering the home. What do you do as you see it now?
Are there any windows?
Yes, there are.
I look inside.
You look inside, and you see into a work area that looks a kitchen/workshop area, perhaps, that looks like it was ransacked, and you see a pool of blood on the floor as well, but you do not see anything else aside from that. It seems like a window near the side of the room.
Okay. All I see is some blood.
Are we heading in?
cautiously, but
Okay.
yes.
As you're all gonna enter?
I'm gonna try and enter stealthily.
Sure, roll stealth. Anyone else that wants to as well can.
Before entering, I would like to check the entryway for forced entry, as in if the door was locked and busted in, or
You
if
can't
it
really.
was just
It's hard. It can't really tell by this point. The door is barely hanging on, so by this point, so many hours have passed and it's been broken so badly that it's hard to tell what originally broke it.
Okay.
As it's like barely hanging on to its hinges, and also a bit like the lower half of it is submerged in the snow mound that is at the stairway, and goes a bit inside the building. But okay, there's an air of rather stealthiness to most of you. As Gallum is following your cues, waiting for you all to enter as well. As you all begin filing inside, as you instantly find yourself in a large open room as you step in. Several shelves that once likely held herbs shattered and on the ground. No herbs in sight, nothing in sight but this ransacked room. In the room as well, what'd you say?
No, go ahead.
In the room as well, there is a single small armchair in front of a fireplace that is put out, but looks like it was burning many hours ago. An area that looks akin to a kitchen/workshop, and a single door that is just hanging on its hinges, opening to reveal what looks like a bedroom from just a cursory glance. In this workshop area, you see the now cold, pale red corpse of what you assume was the alchemist. Covered in small punctures, his head has clearly been taken off of his neck. Nowhere to be seen. What do you do? You're in the main kitchen/workshop area right now.
I'd like to look and see if there's any footprints that match either of the ones we saw in the cave.
Sure, roll me a survival or a perception check.
I would help her with that.
Sure. Just give me one moment. It was survival or investigation, actually. But as you look around, the room is cluttered and a mess. The floor is covered in all sorts of different shatterings of wood, dirt, and all other stuff. You can't really make out any indentations in the ground. It's difficult for you.
Can I,
It's not cut and dry enough.
can I detect magic?
Sure. As you detect magic, you're not picking up any magic in the room, aside from the outline of an oily black energy just around the edges of the man's cleanly cut neck. Just around the edges of it.
More necromancy around him. I point to the corpse.
But it's just around the neck, unlike around the bears, where it was all around
it's-
their entire body.
But this time it's just around his neck, not around his entire body.
At which
How
part of
long
the
has he
neck?
been dead?
Right at the top of the neck.
How long has he been dead is a good question.
Someone gonna check how long he's been dead?
I think we asked Dorian that before.
Dorian said
He
he could
didn't
only
know.
tell
He
a
didn't
couple.
have them.
Yeah, he didn't know. He only had an estimate of at least a couple hours, or at least an hour or so. So is someone gonna try and check how long how long he's been dead?
Would it be medicine or nature?
It'd be
Or,
a
I mean,
medicine or
survival?
survival check.
I don't know how good I'd be at it with people, but I could try.
Rogue, were you gonna say something? Well, you were muted if you did say something just there, but
He shook his head no.
okay. Yeah, I imagine it was a no. That's what it seems like. What'd you say, Zach?
I could roll survival.
Okay, so you're gonna roll survival.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
That's nat 20. Yeah. You can certainly tell that he has been dead for 14 hours, it seems like. By this point.
I'll
Is that
relay.
counting our 2 hours of travel?
Sorry, that's not accounting for your 2 hours of travel. It'd be 16 hours now.
Okay.
Okay.
Apologies.
Before the bears, though.
So before the
I wrote both of these out, assuming you would go to the each place first,
yeah.
which was my bad because I assumed I'd be able to bridge the thing in my head. I couldn't.
So he
Do
was-
we know about how long ago Durim and Nurgrim were there?
About
was
how
last night?
long? Well, there was last night. About 7 hours ago.
Okay, so a reasonable. He'd been dead for a reasonable.
He's been
amount of time by the time.
he'd have been dead for a while when they got there. For at least like 2 or 3 hours. Longer than that, probably. I'm bad at math.
Oh, if it's been 16 and they were there 7, then it was 9 hours ago. 9 hours before they got there. He died.
Is there? Is he dressed? Is there anything in like his pockets?
He is dressed. As far as his pockets go, rummaging through them, you don't find anything inside his pockets.
Okay.
I'm searching behind the business counter or shelves.
So you're looking
for
through the shelves and such?
pre-made work that he's done.
Roll a investigation check looking around. See if you could find anything.
I assist him.
Okay, if you'll assist him. I'll assume you would have said that before he rolled the 23
Yeah.
on the advantage, so that's
I
fine.
rolled pretty quick. Sorry.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay. That's why I assumed. Yeah. As you begin looking around, you don't find any pre-made work, but you open up one of the cabinets, and you're able to just spot a secret compartment that is slid open, that has inside it what looks like a shattered glass box and what looks like fragments of a paper that used to be a label on the box.
Is there enough of the paper to attempt to make something out?
You can roll an intelligence check if you're going to try and do that.
Sure.
Hard to say. You can
Yeah.
see a U, you can see an H, you can see an O, but nothing,
In that order?
feasible. Not in that order, no. But you have the paper in hand, or at least a part of it.
Is there any like carpet or like flooring?
The flooring is wood, there's no carpet. You can tell it does seem like all of the pieces of paper are there, though, Silas.
I would like to put the paper together and cast mending.
Okay. So you're gonna do that. That's gonna take a minute. It's a minute cast time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
1
So
minute.
is anyone else doing anything during that minute while you're in this room?
I want to look for books.
You want to look for what?
Books?
There doesn't appear to be any bookshelves or anything in here.
Dang it.
It's appeared to be his workshop area. Or
Is there
slash
another
kitchen.
room in the house?
Yes, there's an open door that leads to what looks like a bedroom from just a cursory glance.
I'll go check that.
Okay, so you're gonna go into the bedroom. I'll just tell Silas I'm gonna get his mending done before you enter, just to keep things sort of coherent and together. Silas, your mending goes off as the piece of paper reforms into the label it once was, as it reads "Unicorn Horn."
Oh.
Would Isaac know I mean, I'm gonna just assume that unicorns are rare in like any universe, but are
And
they?
anyone would know what like the legends of like a unicorn, whether or not you know they're real. Isaac, you'd know they're real.
Okay, they are real.
Beryl, you'd know they're real.
Yeah, they're
How
definitely real.
valuable is a horn?
How valuable is a unicorn horn? You'd probably know they're real too. Roll me history. You know that unicorn horns are incredibly rare and valuable because they are incredibly powerful components for rituals and spells. But they can also, because of how powerful components they are, also be used in very, very, very powerful dark magic.
Found another model.
Would Silas have shown the label to everybody?
Yeah, Silas wouldn't have kept it a secret. He didn't have a reason to. He would have shared that the label said unicorn in
Unicorn
the secret
horn.
compartment.
Unicorn horn, yes.
Beryl would just comment, "That's barbaric."
Animal parts are often used for magic.
Yeah, they belong on the animals.
Once they're dead, they don't need their parts anymore, just like people.
Right, and you think that they're just out, waiting for unicorns to die.
No, I think they hunt them. They're not people. It's not murder.
Going to have to agree with Beryl on this one. It is barbaric, and I would say it is murder.
It's 100% murder.
Unicorns are very intelligent creatures. They're probably smarter than I, quite honestly. Maybe you, even. Looking to you, Silas.
Beryl mumbles under her breath. I should say
I would-
so.
They're intelligent creatures, and they, well, are very smart.
Being an intelligent creature does not deem a creature a person.
What do you deem of a person, then? Do they have to speak? Do they have to have sentience? Because unicorns certainly speak.
I'm not the one that writes the laws.
So everything is... If it's a law, that means it's right, then?
Yet we don't
I didn't-
follow your laws here back in the Feywild.
I didn't think this was a discussion of my morality or anyone else's morality. I simply said it wasn't murder, which is a legal statement.
The argument
It's
of
the way the world
legality...
works.
Sometimes.
You
The
don't have to
argument-
like it.
The argument of legality doesn't matter here, but as well, you are new to the land, so I shall inform you that in majority of the nations in Euclax, any sort of hunting or poaching of unicorns is incredibly illegal. And would count as severely as something as murder would.
Poaching would be held as high as murder.
As I said, they are intelligent creatures. They can hold conversations and they can do incredible things.
Beryl exits the room.
Okay.
Carolina would chuckle at what Ashton said.
You seem to be quite intelligent, Silas, and I mean no offense by saying this, but perhaps you should open up your mind to different worldviews and to the way that different parts of the world works as well. You seem a bit rigid in accepting that not everywhere is perhaps like your home.
Whether it's like my home or not, and I've gotten the extreme feeling that more than a few people have strong feelings on this, and that's fine. I don't care, honestly, one way or the other. I don't have a proverbial horse in the race. I simply said it wasn't murder, and I'm still accurate, even if it's illegal.
No, it is still technically held as murder.
Certainly sounds like you care from the way you're going on about it.
Alright, out of character, the phrasing that was given was that it's punishable equivalent to murder, not that it was murder.
And Gallum just said that it was.
Well, that it basically means that it is murder. They count it as murder. They punish it as murder. So I will amend that then, if that was not understood.
Silas wouldn't even have bothered saying what he said at the end then,
Okay.
if that was stated already.
Nonetheless, this is a barbaric sight. Killed over a unicorn horn, what I imagine. That is concerning. I will have to inform the local authorities at Camelon. This could be bad.
I want to, like, after I've left, I wander into the bedroom.
Sure, okay. Well, as we'll go to Carolina and Beryl entering the bedroom now, as you all will likely follow behind soon enough. As the two of you enter the bedroom, you see... Where is this? The bedroom, you see a small single bed, a wardrobe, a small chest at the foot of the bed, a desk that has a spilled, that is a journal atop it, covered in spilled ink. As if someone knocked it over in a rush, like they were surprised by something.
Does this room also look ravaged?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't look ransacked.
Does not
Does
look
this room
ransacked.
As I enter the room, I instinctually just kick the chest
Kick
in a
it.
huff.
Makes a noise. You should kick it.
I'm going
Ow,
to
that hurt.
check the. I'm gonna check the journal, like the book on the desk.
Sure, as you look in the journal, you see the words written in there. Seems like I'm gonna have to head into the city to soon to restock. While I'm there, I may as well visit Journey, and it cuts off there from the ink.
Might as
Spelling
well
up.
visit who?
Journey.
So I'm not looking at it. Never mind.
But that's the single page that's covered in ink. You gonna comb through the rest of it?
Yeah.
As you start combing through it, you read through and you find that it has a couple different entries. It's mostly a personal journal that he uses to keep track of ingredients that he needs to collect for the day. But there's also a recipe listed in there as well, his recipe for standard healing potions, which involves mixing an herb known as Ikari, which is an orange flower that you know of, Carolina, and red dye colibia listed there. Aside from that, there are a couple entries that are strange, that speak of letters he has been receiving that have been asking him for a unicorn horn, as he details receiving a mysterious letter from no sender that asks for him to receive a unicorn horn, and that he will offer a substantial pay if he received it. He didn't seem too pleased about it, listing that he wouldn't give a unicorn horn to quite literally anybody. And then going on, he last mentions the letters in an entry where he says, the letters have gotten a bit more violent. They are demanding that I hand this over now, no mention of payment anymore. I've delivered them to the local authorities in Arbington, so hopefully they can help me get this sorted out. And it seems like that was the day before yesterday that was listed. It's listed as the 9th of Serial.
And that's really all that's written in the journal. No mention of like other like name drops or anything of people.
No, he mentions the inn a couple times, and he mentions gone to the inn a couple times, and he like keeps his own personal notes, but he doesn't mention anybody else really.
Did he mention? Well, he's.
You'd see the name Journey a couple times when he mentions that he's gone into the city. He says he's visited Journey, or I'm going into the city. I'm gonna visit Journey and such and such.
Like Journey, capital J.
Yes, Journey like the band.
Okay.
He doesn't mention which. He just says a city, right? He doesn't say.
It does not say which city. No.
And we know Arbington is a town, right?
Arbington is a town. Yes.
Yeah, so when he specifically mentioned Arlington about the authority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that's a town, not a city.
Do we know what the closest city is?
You know the closest city is actually Camelon, and after that it would be Treevine. So that's what you know.
Can I open up the chest?
Sure. You looking through. You open it up and you just see, loose clothing and a little storage area for like clothes that he would probably wear to bed. Are you gonna look any further than that?
Yeah, I'll move some things around and check deeper.
Roll an investigation check.
I would help him with that.
You're reading the book journal right now, aren't you?
Oh. Well, once I finished it, I would go and help her. Well, if that's the case, then I would help.
Let me think.
I mean, Astrid wants to go in there.
Sure. I'd allow you to help her. It's fine. We'll say you finished reading the journal and help her out.
I would also take the journal with me.
You find a coin pouch inside their barrel that is sewn in the shape of... you find a stylized purse, stone, and sits in the style of a royal griffin.
Cute.
Does it have any money in it?
You open it up.
Yeah.
You look inside. It has several pouches inside of it, and you do see it has a lot of money in it, and it looks to be it all looks as if it's been freshly minted, clean and shiny. You sense a faint amount of magic on the bag as well.
Yeah, I still have my detect magic up.
Yeah. So you sense a faint amount of magic on it, and you see an aura of... Get my magic auras up. A verdant, fey green hue, which you know to be enchantment.
Enchantment. Okay.
So you can certainly tell it's magical.
Carolina, take a look at this.
I would go over to...
Well, you're already there, because you helped her.
Oh, yeah.
As you look at it, you see the griffin pouch with the money inside. It's freshly minted. Looks freshly minted and clean.
About how much is in there?
You're gonna try and count out the gold?
Yeah.
Sure. You can count out the gold over like a minute. There appears to be 75 gold pieces, 30 silver, and 100 copper pieces.
It's a good find barrel.
Is that a lot?
That's a good amount, yeah.
We'll say by this point, anyone else that's moving into the bedroom has gotten a chance to move in.
Astrid's looking for books again.
You see the journal. That, Carolina... Are you holding the journal still? Or have you set it down? You're holding it still?
I was gonna take it with me.
Okay, so you see the journal held by Carolina.
Any other books?
Aside from that... You'd see a couple other books that look to be of, like, more, textbooky type. Pretty thick-looking books, and as you look at them, you can tell they're, like, appendixes for, flowers and such, herbs in the area.
Many.
What?
How many?
How many books? About 3 of them.
Yeah. Are they all like in a series?
They don't appear to be a series. They all appear to be of a different, author and such.
Is it any more specific than, like, is it categorized by use, or is it just...
It doesn't actually appear to be an herbalist book. It's an herbalist book. It's not categorized by use, it's categorized alphabetically. It's just the types in the area, not what they're used for.
Okay, cool. I don't think she'd care about that, and I don't think she'd think Isaac would care about that either, so...
Okay.
Did we all overhear that money was found?
I don't think they ever mentioned money specifically.
I mean, that's a good find. Is it much? Yeah, it's a pretty good amount. That's pretty obvious conversation, in my opinion.
If you believe that that Silas would assume that that's money, that's up to you. But there was no mention of money or anything like that.
Are we taking from a dead man now? Is that something we're all comfortable with?
I haven't taken anything.
Plus, he
I
has no
didn't-
use for it.
I didn't accuse you of taking anything. I asked if you were.
Well, he has no use for it now.
Perhaps he has descendants. A will?
Or
To him, them, right?
more unicorns hunters.
The journal says that someone was sending him letters about wanting the unicorn horn, and they started getting more violently aggressive as the letters went on.
Letters, you say?
Are the
They
letters
still
here? Go on, sorry,
Uh,
Isaac.
Not that I've found yet.
It said in the journal that he dropped them off at the local authorities
Oh,
in Arbington.
yeah.
Did you check under the mattress yet?
Not yet.
There is no under the mattress, actually.
Oh, is it?
It's not that type of bed. There is a wardrobe that hasn't been opened yet, though.
Okay.
You can do that? You gonna look through the wardrobe?
Yeah, I'll look at the wardrobe.
Okay, you open it and you see a set of, fancy clothing that look, good for, someone of middle wealth. Are you looking any deeper?
Yeah, I'm looking for like any sort of drawers or storage or even.
Sure. Roll an investigation, I think. 1 second. Yes.
Did I find anything?
I'm trying to find where this thing is. Yes, you find a false back that you slide up that reveals a small storage space. Inside, you see what look like several vials of different potions, each of them having six of them having a cherry red color to them, and one of them having a blood red, almost crimson color to it. And one of them and the crimson red one is in a more fanciful container, in a more fanciful bottle.
Looks like I found his private reserve.
The 6 do look like healing potions of some variety, though.
Does identify work on like a potion?
I'd allow it to.
Yeah.
I think it does. I don't know if it does by the book, but I would allow it to, even if it doesn't.
I'd like to cast identify on the most fancy potion.
Hard cast it, or are you going to use a ritual?
Ritual.
Okay. So you 10 minutes ritually casting. What are you all doing during the 10 minutes?
Is the bed like just on the ground, or is there like possibly for like underneath the bed?
There's no underneath, but there's a frame. It's just not a bed that has an underneath. It's too low to the ground.
I take the griffin pouch
Mm-hmm.
and I look at Silas and I dump all the money onto the bed. I go, there. When you find their relatives, you can let them know to find it right here. And
And what of the pouch?
I look at the pouch and I go, I'm keeping this for the unicorn that he slayed. And I put it in my pocket.
It was your unicorn. You saw him slay it.
I didn't need to. I don't own any unicorns. Unicorns can't be owned.
Gallum chimes up as he goes, think that we're all moving a bit away from the subject at hand, which is the investigation here. I would also point out that it's very possible that he did not murder the unicorn. He may have just acquired the horn.
Then
It's
he
also
was
very true.
that he was complacent to it.
Well, he didn't seem, from what Carolina says, to want to be giving it to anyone. So maybe he was holding on to it so that no one could use it for nefarious ways. Something to consider. I'm not saying that that's the case, but we shouldn't be spitting on this dead man's corpse and just assuming that he did something maliciously without knowing why, without knowing him.
Beryl, dear, will you help me wrap the body? That's one of our tasks.
Okay. And I'll exit the room.
I would
ask
say
you for
that.
help. No, I'm going to say something mean to Silas first.
Okay.
Do you thrive off conflict, or... She's just going to shake her head and then walk out to follow Beryl and help her wrap up the body.
Thrive off. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy.
He's gone.
He wasn't speaking to you, you're just speaking.
Yeah, but so is picking your battles. You know,
Sorry, that's
sometimes.
me laughing, not Silas.
Yeah. You know, sometimes when you say everything that comes out of your mouth is when you get hurt the most.
Mr. Darrow, what do you make of this? Gallum says, almost, trying to ignore everything else that's going on.
Which part of it?
This incident.
Well, did Carolina tell us about the letters?
Yes, I mentioned that.
Yeah, she
Good.
caught everyone up.
Okay. Well, I think, although there's some details missing, the picture is pretty clear. The letters were clearly coming from somebody who wanted the unicorn horn. The place was ransacked, clearly searching for something. The unicorn horn itself is gone. We know that can be used as a powerful component to make arcane rituals. And we have our incident in the cave. It lines up pretty conveniently. Maybe conveniently is not the right word, but...
Yes.
At that, Josie would like to exit the house and go outside and try to see if she can make any sense of who entered the house, maybe, in the weather and the elements.
Roll...
See if we could make a connection.
A survival at disadvantage, not only as the snow poured down, but also it seems like, from what you can tell, there's something at play that has been obscuring their tracks. Oof. Baboof. That, yeah, that's a rough one.
It's not gonna do it, huh?
No, the snow has already essentially suffocated any signs of what could have happened. The only tracks that remain are your own tracks.
Yeah, she'll go back inside then.
I think our next move should be to find the local authorities that he mentioned in his journal, see if we could possibly get a hold of those letters, see who they were from. Could point us directly to the person who did this.
In the bedroom, there were no other like documents or scrolls or anything.
You're looking over the
that haven't
bedroom
been
again?
looked
You're looking over the
at?
bedroom?
I mean, I haven't left.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't left around. I'm just curious if there are any like scrolls or documents that could be a potential will or otherwise.
No, just the book. And the gold is missing from the bed.
The gold that was just put on the bed.
The gold that was just put on the bed is gone.
From plain sight.
It's gone. Your eyes didn't linger on them for a moment, and then they are gone.
Did somebody take the gold?
No, they got up and walked out of here on their own. said with obvious annoyed sarcasm.
It's on the bed, Isaac. Carol visually dumped it on the bed.
Yeah, I literally just dumped the whole thing on the bed.
You just said the gold was gone.
Yeah, it's gone. It's not on the bed anymore.
Yeah.
The gold.
I wonder where it could have gone.
Yes. Obviously, Beryl didn't take it. Obviously, Astrid didn't take it.
Well, whoever took it could probably use it to help someone else.
Yeah, I'm sure they could, Carolina.
Yeah, let's not start playing the blame game here.
Wiz is
It's
right.
not about a blame game. If we're going to be scavenging from the deceased, and we're going to be traveling as a group, we need to be divvying up the spoils amongst the group.
I agree, but weren't you against taking from a dead man?
No, I was asking if you all were comfortable with it. Shouldn't assume intent of the questions asked.
In fairness, it did seem like you were ridiculing people for wanting to rob the man.
I was ridiculing people for judging him without any evidence to actually judge him for. Much intent has been assumed.
Somewhere Astrid has a headache.
Right. Whatever you all decide to do with this gold nonsense, I don't particularly care whether it goes to his next of kin or not. There's a dead man here and a man who has acquired a unicorn horn who has some level of arcane prowess. This is concerning to the highest degree. I don't know if you all are aware of what can be done with unicorn horns, but dark things that I cannot mention off of oath alone can be done with it, as that information cannot be shared. I must immediately depart. I have to head to Camelon, and I have to inform the highest authority I can of this matter.
Do we know if the unicorn horn itself would have been like used up in a ritual, or
It depends on the ritual.
Okay, so it's not a one and done.
You can roll history though, Anthony, Isaac, at him mentioning an oath that he had to take for something so bad that he can't, mention it because of an oath.
Okay, I will roll history for that.
Because I imagine you were an inquisitive young lad in Praxmore. Yeah, you don't know, but you know it has to be bad.
Can I ask him about it?
You want to ask him? You can speak.
Yeah. What sort of oath has you so riled up, for lack of a better term?
In Sorovia, I attended the Clock Tower, which is the highest form of sorceress education you could receive. I have the luck of being naturally gifted in my craft, and to also come from a prestigious family. They teach us about forbidden arts, about things that you could do with magic, things that you could do to yourself. But the oath that I take is to not inform anyone, no matter how knowledgeable they are, that is not a part of the Sorcerer's Guild of what could be done using those techniques. It is dark things, foul things. My worry, I hope, is unfounded.
Wait, there are places where they teach sorcerers?
Sorovia, the land of sorcerers? Yes.
Could you get me in?
You could get yourself in if you're a sorcerer, my friend. I would just... He looks a bit down and scratches the back of his head as if ashamed a bit. There's just a bit of... not discrimination, but... well... superiority that my people feel towards those of you that don't practice the sorceress arts. It's a problem in my land.
Everyone here is a sorcerer, though, right? Right, Beryl?
Peril's in the other room.
I'm outside with Astrid moving the body.
He wouldn't have said that, sorry.
That's okay. Poke my head into the room. Somebody say my name.
You're a sorcerer, right?
Possibly? What is that?
Someone who can use magic naturally?
Oh, then yeah.
Now, it's
I'm
not
a
it's
sorcerer.
not as simple as that, but I can't get into it. I'm going to go. I'm going to head back to the inn, gather my things, and leave as quickly as I can. I am beyond concerned about this. I truly wish I could tell you more, but I respect my oaths, and I take to them very seriously.
I respect your commitment.
Good luck on your travels.
I just wish my worries are unfounded. Good luck to you all as well. Safe travels. Keep an eye out for affairs that might be connected to this. And if you find them, try to run the opposite direction.
You think he's that bad? Or has the potential to be?
My friend, if my worst case scenario in my mind is what is truly happening, it will likely be something that will have to go to the highest authority in this land to be dealt with.
Jake, what just to get off topic a little bit, what did the ritual cast of Identify say the fancy bottle was?
Yeah, sorry. Actually, yeah, my bad. That's an elixir of health, which you know from the Identify. An elixir of health. Where is this? When you drink this potion, it cures any disease afflicting you, and it removes blinded, deafened, paralyzed, and poisoned conditions. Sorry about that. That's what it does. As he goes...
I'll be stealthily pocketing that.
You can run a roll of sleight of hand.
Yes, I will.
Sure. Josie is not here, so she doesn't notice. Astrid isn't here, so she doesn't notice. Wiz, you notice him noticing him pocketing one of the potions he found. That's it. Everyone else's passive perception does not fall high enough. As if my note is correct here. I don't think anybody. Yeah, yours is a 13 according to this. So.
Correct.
And Carolina's.
I said mine is not high enough.
Carolina's is an 11.
I sneak behind Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
While everybody's distracted, he just goes,
Psst. Oh, what you got over there, Praxmore?
Just a regular healing potion.
Why didn't you present it to the group?
There's others. And I showed him the others in the back of the wardrobe. I only pocketed the fancy looking.
You'd probably know what these healing potions are on site too, Wiz. 4 of them are normal healing potions, and 2 of them are greater healing potions.
Oh, cool. Yeah, just don't hold out on him.
I'm not holding out.
Yeah? Okay. You're a good man.
and you just like pass him on the back of the leg.
Boy, what a fucking party this is.
What was it called again? Just a potion?
An elixir of health.
Elixir of health.
So the gold just up and walked away. Elixirs of health are getting stolen.
Oh, it's just a regular potion of healing, right?
Yeah.
But Gallum gives you all a bow and goes, I wish you all the best of luck in your travels, as he goes to walk out. Beryl, Astrid, you two have wrapped the body up by this point, as Gallum steps out, looks to the two of you and goes, I must depart. I fear for what could be happening with that horn. They can be used for dark rituals. I'm going to report this to the highest authority I can. I wish both of you luck in your travels as well.
I hold out my 2 hands to shake his.
Yeah, he'll shake your hand.
be safe on your travels.
You as well. I am deeply sorry that your time here on the Prime seems to have come at an inopportune, age, where there's strife and violence about. I hope you can find some enjoyment and peace in your travels going forward.
Perhaps I've come at just the right time.
Perhaps so. That is a good way to look at it. As he will give the two of you a bow and exit.
Alex, you're muted.
Alex, you're muted.
Did you see me say fuck?
Yeah, you went fuck!
Yeah. Astrid's really quick gonna cast message, and she's just gonna inform him, be on the lookout for crows and ravens.
He'll nod his head to you. Okay.
I want to say it out loud.
Okay. As he exits, Josie, what are you doing outside?
Oh, I was looking for clues, but
Oh yeah, you couldn't find anything.
finding none, defeated, just walked back in.
Yeah, as you pass by Gallum as he goes to walk out, as he gives you a bow and goes, I'm departing. Good luck to you on your travels. I've explained it to the rest of the group already. I must go. I apologize.
No, have a good journey, sir.
You as well, as he rushes past you. Clearly he is hurried and not panicked, but very concerned. As you head back in. All of you inside now, what do you do?
Well, and I meant motion to the stash. Seeing as how we've gotten ourselves involved in this little case here, I think it's fair to say that we could help ourselves to his potions if we're gonna catch his killer.
Yeah, I'll take one of them.
Isaac
Well, you
already
said
took
you already-
the fancy one.
There's
What's
6
up?
left, correct?
I believe Wiz just outed Isaac as taking the fancy one.
Yeah, I heard that. Did no one else hear it?
There was some talk over.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what he said.
I would take one of the other.
I'm keeping my eye on Silas to see if he takes one.
Okay.
I'm just kind of leaning.
There
I'm just
are
kind of like posting up in the doorway.
Oh, it's also gonna wait for everyone else to make their picks of the potions, but assuming there's one
there
left.
Are 6, right?
Yeah, there's 6.
Okay.
Alright,
There were
just-
And
7
2
total.
are greater and 4 are normal.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if all of you know
Okay.
that from a glance, but Wiz did.
I just took one of them.
Okay, let's say you took a normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would also, just for meta, I'm also taking a normal. I don't want.
Okay. So then there are 4 more left. 2 normal, 2 greater healings.
Everyone might as well take one, unless you're not comfortable taking from a dead man.
At that, Wiz picks up the greater healing potion and hands it to Beryl.
Healing increase. Barrel. Yeah, barrel.
Oh, thank you, Wiz.
I'll take one of the normal healing potions.
Isn't that 2 for you, Isaac?
Oh, my mistake.
He was the one who found it.
And there's 7 of us, and there were 7 of them. That's a pretty convenient number.
Well, no one else has taken another one yet, so.
If this is going to be a finders keepers group, I can assure you quite quickly, this group numbers are going to dwindle, and it won't last. It's not how a group functions, not healthily.
I'll hand
Is
mine to
Josie still
Jonesy.
outside?
What'd you say, Alex?
Is Josie inside now?
No, I'm inside. She's just very
Okay,
purposefully
fine.
not
Cool.
not going.
Well, there is a job that we have to do together, but who's to say what happens after that?
Don't you know that it's going to be together? It's in the same place for the same festival.
Exactly my point.
Isaac, you would have noticed Josie was hesitant to take it from you.
How many potions are left right now?
Well, I think 1 greater.
I'm glad someone's keeping track of it.
It is 1 greater.
I'm holding 1 regular one out to Josie, and there's 1 greater left.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk over and take the greater. So is that a note? We're doing finders keepers when it comes to things, or first people to find it gets it?
Well,
Looking at Carolina.
it's out there to take it.
I'm not
Doesn't matter,
referring
take
to the
the price.
potions. I'm referring to the money.
Are you accusing me of stealing the money?
Wait, somebody stole the money?
Silas just sighs.
Silver and
As the money,
copper are still there.
the money didn't just walk out of the room on its own.
I suppose, yes, the silver and copper are still there. It's just the gold pieces that are gone.
So I would suggest whoever took it, be it you or not, Carolina, admit to it and divvy it up. Or it's a very clear message is being sent that this is not a group that's going to be capable of trusting one another within it.
Okay, fine.
I took it.
I have clipped them.
Wait, what were you going to say, Wiz?
Yeah?
Nothing. What was Carolina talking about?
Carolina, you took the money.
I took the gold. I took the gold for the same reason that I said I was going to, that we could use the gold for someone in need, and if there was a person that, Malrun, we could give it to him. There is mention of a place in a city called Journey, so maybe he knew someone there. But
So-
if you really want to just divvy up the gold, that's fine. I assumed that because we were leaving it on the bed that no one wanted it, and again, if we are just going to the same place for the same job, and then who knows what happens after that, I assumed that I would need some extra gold on my person. But I see everyone else. I see how that has made you feel, so it's up to you. Do you want to divvy up the gold, or should I leave it here?
Well, like you said, we could hold on to it for this Journey person. Perhaps they know what best to do with it.
If you truly intend to give the gold to Journey, which would be, I think, by most considered a noble desire, instead of pocketing it yourself, perhaps put all of the coins back in the pouch that they belonged in and give the entirety of the pouch and the coins to Journey, if that's truly the intention.
Beryl wanted the pouch. I'm not going to. There's nothing that says that the pouch was his.
Besides,
Back when it was at his house?
besides it was in his home.
Look, I was raised if someone has something and that they can't use it anymore, to give it to those who need it. Right now, I'm one of the people who need the gold, as well as I assume the rest of us need gold for travel.
Sounds like you would like to have the gold and not
Silas.
hand it over to this Journey person.
Silas, it sounds like you're dancing around the topic of what to do with it. I'm curious as to your opinion on what we should do with it.
If it was just me, I would take the gold. I wouldn't do anything with it besides hold on to it myself and do whatever I need to with it. Since
it's
there's a
not
group
just
of
you.
individuals, correct. Anyone that's comfortable holding the money and using it should take it. I wouldn't impose on some people, as I know some are uncomfortable taking from the dead.
But you are. That's what we've established here, hasn't it?
That's what
No, I have no issues with taking from the dead. I have done it many times.
Why am I not surprised with that?
Says the thief.
I'm not one to judge, though.
Hey,
But
You
watch
just
your tones.
judged.
No, both you. This is stupid. There's a dead man outside. Dead can't use money. It's rude to rob people's houses. You're both fuckers. Let's go. It ain't the time to be debating our morality. We got shit to do. We got somewhere to be in 2 days. A mystery to solve, I guess. Don't know what to do there. Are we gonna take the money?
I hold the pouch out and open it.
Carolina, you don't know a thing about us. But we don't know a thing about you either. So we might as well just drop it.
fine by me. I'll put the gold and the rest of the money in the pouch for Beryl.
I'll cinch the pouch up.
Mhm.
And I'll hand it to Silas. And I'll say, you can hold on to this for now. And when we find the correct person to give it to, I'll let you be noble. And she just smiles.
If you want me to hold on to it, I will. I'll take the pouch with the money.
Okay.
Well, like Josie said, we have places to go and things to do. So let's get going. We have to head to Arbington first to alert the authorities of Malron's death.
It's also
Them to retrieve
the
body.
direction of where you have to go anyway as well.
All right,
While
out
we're
of character. Out of character. Sorry, I was just a little confused. The local authorities of Arbington were not aware, or they were.
They don't know that
They
he's
were-
dead. They know
Yeah.
they were given the letters.
They were aware of the letter. They were given the letters.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Arbington and tell them about.
Yes,
Marlon.
but also
Yeah.
the owner of the inn said that you could go to Arbington to tell them about the body so that they could collect it.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, just double checking that.
So are you guys gonna head back to the inn first, or are you going straight onto your journey heading to Arbington, which is a day's travel away about?
We should probably inform the innkeeper about what we found and that he's like, because if we don't show up, he's gonna think we're dead.
Is the inn in the opposite direction of Arlington?
No.
Okay, then yeah, the inn first.
Yeah.
You wouldn't save any time bypassing the inn. It would basically be about the same. So you're gonna stop by the inn. Okay. We can keep it brief. You arrive back at the inn, and you inform the brothers of what you had found out. Relieved, they thank you and say that there's at least comfort in knowing that the guy is probably gone. And they give you directions to Arbington, telling you where to go, and mark it on your map as well, to any of you that have a map. I know one of you does. Beryl. They mark it on your map for you.
Cool.
And offer each of you 3 rations to take. Would each of you take it?
I would,
Yeah.
but I'd give them 5 gold for it.
Don't have to roleplay their refusal, but they would eventually, if you insist, take the gold.
I say that they've done so much for us, and that it's literally the least I could do.
it would only be emphasized by Eric that the two of them served in the Royal Army and were both injured during service and are rather well compensated by Camelon. So that's why they can afford such generosity.
I tell him to give it to Alice then.
Then they'll certainly take it.
Silas will take it, and as he does, he'll tell them that he hopes the meat from the monster does them good.
I'll nod to you. They give you the 3 rations, mark Arbington on the map, give you directions, and would say goodbye, saying that it was a pleasure having all of you stay at the inn. As you all exit the Padfoot Inn, the road ahead of you, with tension, unfortunately, brewing within the small ranks of your party as you begin to walk down the road, beginning your travel, as we are going to call session there.
Yeah.
As I hope all of you had fun.
Totally.
We will pick up next week with the continuation of the beginning of this humble journey. The town of Arbington, your next destination, and the boundless road ahead of you, whatever dangers it brings as well. I'm going to say goodbye to the stream very quickly, and then I shall return.
Bye, stream.
I will be back, and I'm going to do this time. But I will be back. So, where's my deafen button? There it is. Okay. Hello, people. Thanks for watching along. Those of you that did. Fun session today. Funny session today. What do I tell you? Next week, we will continue on, and we will see where the party shall lead itself on its journey to the town of Arbington and to its ultimate goal later down the road. If you want to stop on next week to listen in for more action and assuredly more infighting in this party, you know where to find us. Thanks for watching, and good night.